Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. The decision to venture into the remote wilderness areas of northern Pennsylvania came to us during one of those suffocating August nights in 2019 when our cramped apartment felt like a prison cell. The air conditioning had been broken for 3 days, and the landlord kept promising to send someone tomorrow. My boyfriend Jake, 26 at the time, had been scrolling through outdoor forums on his laptop, while I fanned myself with a magazine that had arrived in someone else's mail. "Look at this," he said, turning the screen toward me. The photograph showed an endless expanse of dense forest, broken only by a narrow dirt track that seemed to disappear into darkness between towering pines. No designated campsites, no fees, no crowds, just pure wilderness. At 24, I thought I was ready for anything. I'd grown up camping with my family in state parks, always surrounded by other families with their RVs and portable generators humming through the night. The idea of true isolation appealed to me in a way that now seems naive and reckless. We spent the next 2 hours researching the area, reading scattered reports from hikers who'd ventured into what locals called the backcountry, hundreds of square miles of largely unmapped forest land that stretched between abandoned mining towns. The warnings should have deterred us. Multiple forum posts mentioned getting lost for days, even with GPS devices. Others wrote about their vehicles getting stuck in mud that seemed to appear from nowhere, forcing them to hike miles back to the nearest road. One particularly unsettling account described finding abandoned campsites with personal belongings still scattered around cold fire pits, as if the occupants had simply vanished mid-meal. But we were young and convinced of our own invincibility. Jake had invested in a new 4-wheel drive pickup truck specifically for adventures like this, and I'd been practicing my wilderness survival skills through online courses and YouTube videos. We told ourselves we were prepared for anything nature could throw at us. The morning we left, August 15th, 2019, dawned gray and humid. By the time we loaded our gear and drove out of the city, thick clouds had gathered overhead, threatening rain that never quite materialized but left the air heavy and oppressive. Our route took us northwest through increasingly rural areas, past farms that looked like they'd been abandoned decades ago, and gas stations with hand-painted signs advertising bait and ammunition. The last town worthy of the name was Millerville. Population 847, according to a weathered sign riddled with bullet holes. We stopped there to fill up the truck and grab extra water, both of us noting how the few locals we encountered watched us with expressions that fell somewhere between curiosity and concern. An elderly man pumping gas at the station next to us shook his head when he overheard Jake mentioning our destination. "You kids know what you're getting into out there?" he asked, his voice carrying the authority of someone who'd lived in these mountains his entire life. "That's rough country, easy to get turned around, easier to get stuck. Cell phones don't work for miles in any direction." Jake assured him we were experienced campers, which wasn't entirely false, but wasn't entirely true either. Our experience had been limited to established campgrounds with bathroom facilities and marked trails. This would be our first venture into truly primitive conditions. "Your funeral?" the old man muttered, but not quietly enough that we couldn't hear him. Looking back, I wonder if he knew something we didn't. If he'd heard stories about that particular stretch of wilderness that never made it into the hiking forums or guidebooks. Stories that locals kept to themselves, understanding instinctively that some knowledge was too dangerous to share with outsiders who might not take the warnings seriously. The paved road ended about 40 minutes outside Millerville, giving way to a well-maintained gravel surface that stretched for another 20 miles through rolling hills dotted with deer stands and the occasional hunting cabin. But even that civilized gravel eventually deteriorated into the kind of rough track that Jake's truck was supposedly designed to handle. What we encountered instead was something that tested both the vehicle and our nerves. The path, calling it a road would have been generous, consisted of parallel ruts carved through dense clay soil that had been churned into a consistency somewhere between mud and quicksand by recent rains. Fallen branches blocked sections of the route, forcing us to stop repeatedly so I could clear debris while Jake maneuvered around washouts that looked capable of swallowing the truck entirely. The trees pressed in from both sides, their branches scraping against the windows with sounds like fingernails on chalkboard. What little sunlight penetrated the canopy created a sickly green twilight that made it impossible to judge distances accurately. More than once, Jake had to reverse and try a different approach when what looked like solid ground turned out to be camouflaged water standing several inches deep. "This is insane," I remember saying after we'd been crawling forward at walking speed for nearly an hour. "We should turn back." But turning back would have required finding a spot wide enough to execute a three-point turn, and the track had been steadily narrowing. Behind us, our tire tracks had already filled with muddy water, making our route look less like a road and more like a creek bed. The realization that we were committed to pushing forward, regardless of what lay ahead, sent the first real tendrils of anxiety creeping up my spine. Jake tried to maintain an optimistic attitude, pointing out wildlife tracks in the mud and commenting on the impressive size of the trees surrounding us. But I caught him checking the fuel gauge more frequently than necessary, and his knuckles were white where he gripped the steering wheel. We'd already used more gas than anticipated just navigating the treacherous surface, and neither of us wanted to voice the possibility that we might not have enough to make it back to Millerville. The deeper we penetrated into the wilderness, the more oppressive the silence became. In normal forests, you expect to hear birds calling, insects buzzing, the rustle of small animals moving through undergrowth. Here, the only sounds were the labored growling of our engine and the wet sucking noise our tires made as they fought for traction in the increasingly unstable soil. It was this unnatural quiet that first made me wonder if we'd made a terrible mistake. After what felt like hours of fighting through mud and debris, we finally reached a section where the track widened slightly and the surface improved enough that Jake could shift out of first gear. The relief was enormous. Both of us had been holding our breath, waiting for the moment when the truck would finally give up and leave us stranded miles from anywhere. That's when we saw the vehicle. It sat off to the left side of the track, a battered pickup truck that looked like it had been manufactured sometime in the 1980s. The paint had faded to an indeterminate color somewhere between brown and rust, and both bumpers were held in place with what appeared to be baling wire and determination. The hood was propped open with a stick, creating a black cavity that should have contained an engine but instead seemed to swallow light. What immediately caught our attention, though, wasn't the truck itself, but the figure standing beside it. She was a woman, probably in her 50s, wearing clothing that looked like it had been assembled from a thrift store specializing in workwear from previous decades. Faded blue jeans that had been repaired multiple times with mismatched patches, a flannel shirt in a pattern that might once have been red and black plaid, and heavy boots that were caked with mud despite the fact that the ground around her truck appeared relatively dry. But it was her posture that made both Jake and me uncomfortable. She wasn't bent over the engine, wasn't waving for help, wasn't displaying any of the typical behaviors you'd expect from someone dealing with vehicle trouble in the middle of nowhere. Instead, she stood perfectly upright beside the driver's door, her arms hanging loose at her sides, facing the track as if she'd been waiting for us specifically. Jake slowed our truck to a crawl, both of us automatically preparing to offer assistance. In normal circumstances, encountering someone with car trouble on a remote road would trigger an immediate helping response. You stop, you ask what's wrong, you offer to share tools or provide a ride to the nearest town. It's basic human decency, especially in areas where the next passerby might not appear for days. But something about this woman's demeanor made both of us hesitate. Her gaze locked onto our windshield with an intensity that was deeply unsettling. She wasn't looking at us the way someone looks at potential rescuers. She was studying us, evaluating us, as if we were specimens that had wandered into her laboratory. Her eyes, and from 20 feet away, I could somehow tell they were pale blue, the kind of washed-out color you see in old photographs, never wavered from our vehicle. "Should we stop?" I asked, though every instinct in my body was screaming at me to keep driving. Jake's foot hovered over the brake pedal. I could see him wrestling with the same conflict between social obligation and primal fear that was paralyzing me. We were both raised to help people in distress, but nothing about this woman suggested distress. If anything, she radiated a calm confidence that was completely at odds with her circumstances. "Something's not right," Jake finally said, and pressed down on the accelerator instead of the brake. As we approached her position, the woman's head turned to track our movement with mechanical precision. Her expression never changed, not disappointed that we weren't stopping, not angry that we were leaving her stranded, not even curious about who we were or where we were going. She simply watched us pass with the same neutral intensity she'd been displaying since we first spotted her. But it was what happened next that convinced me we'd made the right decision. Just as we drew parallel to her truck, she smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile, or a reassuring smile, or even a sad smile, acknowledging that help had passed her by. It was the kind of smile that belongs in nightmares, too wide, revealing too many teeth, holding promises that no sane person would want to hear. The expression transformed her entire face, changing her from merely unusual to genuinely frightening. Jake accelerated harder, and I found myself twisted around in my seat, watching her through the rear window. She remained in that same position, standing beside her truck, smiling that horrible smile, watching us recede into the distance. She didn't wave goodbye, didn't shout after us, didn't even move to close her hood. She just stood there like a statue commemorating something best forgotten. "What the hell was that about?" I asked. But Jake was focused on navigating another section of particularly treacherous mud and didn't answer immediately. When we'd put several hundred yards between ourselves and the woman, I finally turned back around in my seat. My heart was still pounding, and I realized I'd been holding my breath for the better part of a minute. "I don't know," Jake finally replied. "But I'm glad we didn't stop." We continued down the track in tense silence, both of us processing what we'd just experienced. On one level, it was nothing more than an awkward encounter with a local who might have mental health issues or simply different social expectations than what we were used to. Rural areas often harbored individuals who'd been living in isolation for so long that normal human interaction became difficult or impossible. But on another level, something about the entire scene felt staged. The truck positioned just so beside the track, the woman standing in exactly the right spot to be visible from a distance, her immediate and unwavering focus on our vehicle as if she'd been expecting us. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that we'd stumbled into some kind of trap. Though what kind of trap and for what purpose, I couldn't begin to imagine. "Maybe she was just hoping for help," I offered, though I didn't believe it myself. "Maybe," Jake agreed, but his tone suggested he wasn't buying that explanation either. We drove for another 15 minutes before either of us spoke again, too shaken by the encounter to engage in normal conversation. The track continued to wind through increasingly dense forest, and I found myself checking the side mirrors compulsively, half expecting to see that battered pickup truck following us despite the impossibility of her getting it running and turned around in the time since we'd passed her. The rational part of my mind kept insisting that we were overreacting, that isolation and stress were making us paranoid about a perfectly innocent encounter. But my gut told a different story. My gut said we'd just had our first glimpse of something that didn't want to be understood, only avoided. Unfortunately, we were already too far committed to our route to turn back, and the woman now knew exactly which direction we were heading. The track finally opened into what might generously be called a clearing, though it was really just a spot where the trees had been knocked down by some long-ago storm and never replaced. Fallen logs created natural boundaries around an area roughly the size of a basketball court, covered in grass that had grown up wild and tall before being beaten down by rain and time into a mat that squelched underfoot. Jake parked the truck at the far end of the clearing, positioning it so we could make a quick exit if necessary, though I didn't realize at the time that this precaution was deliberate. Looking back, I think some part of him was already sensing that this place might not offer the peaceful retreat we'd been seeking. The ground was softer than it appeared, and every step we took left deep impressions that immediately filled with muddy water. Within minutes of unloading our gear, both of us were caked in mud up to our ankles, and the supposedly waterproof boots I'd spent a fortune on were proving to be anything but. "This is perfect," I said, trying to inject some enthusiasm into a situation that was rapidly proving to be less than ideal. No crowds, no noise, just us and nature. Jake nodded and smiled, but I caught him scanning the tree line with the kind of systematic attention that suggested he was looking for something specific. When I asked him about it, he claimed he was just checking for widowmakers, dead branches that might fall and cause injury. But his explanation felt rehearsed. Setting up our tent required more creativity than either of us had anticipated. The ground was too soft to hold stakes properly, forcing us to tie guy lines to the surrounding logs and weigh down the corners with rocks scavenged from what appeared to be the remains of an old campfire ring. Previous visitors had left behind a collection of beer bottles, food wrappers, and other debris that suggested this spot was more popular than its remote location might indicate. But it was the arrangement of that debris that first struck me as odd. Instead of being scattered randomly the way trash usually accumulates at informal campsites, everything was positioned in neat piles at specific intervals around the clearing's perimeter, almost as if someone had been using the litter to mark boundaries or create signals that other people would recognize and understand. "Weird way to leave a campsite," I commented, kicking at a pile of cigarette butts that had been carefully arranged in a perfect circle around a beer bottle. Jake looked where I was pointing and frowned. Maybe they were trying to clean up but got interrupted. It was a reasonable explanation, but it didn't account for the deliberate precision of the arrangements. These weren't the random efforts of campers attempting to be responsible about their waste. Someone had spent time and thought organizing these piles, investing effort in creating patterns that served no practical purpose. As we worked to establish our temporary home, other details began to register that should have served as warnings. The trees surrounding the clearing bore scars that looked fresh, long gouges in the bark that were too uniform to have been caused by animals, and too high off the ground to have resulted from normal camping activities. Several of the fallen logs showed evidence of recent saw work, with clean cuts that suggested someone had been deliberately modifying the landscape. Most disturbing were the remains of previous campfires. Instead of a single fire ring that multiple visitors had used over time, the clearing contained at least 6 separate burn areas scattered around its perimeter. Each was small, barely large enough to accommodate a few pieces of firewood, and positioned to provide a clear view of different sections of the surrounding forest. "Looks like this place gets more visitors than we thought," Jake observed, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely pleased by this discovery. I tried to remain optimistic. "At least we know other people have camped here successfully." But even as I said it, I wondered about the definition of successfully. The evidence suggested that multiple groups had used this clearing, but there was something frantic about the way they'd arranged their camps. The scattered fire rings looked less like casual campsites and more like defensive positions, each one positioned to provide maximum visibility while remaining concealed from specific directions. We spent the afternoon organizing our gear and attempting to make the best of our soggy surroundings. The weather remained overcast and humid, creating the kind of oppressive atmosphere that makes even simple tasks feel exhausting. Sweat mixed with mud until both of us looked like we'd been rolling in a swamp, and the constant moisture made it impossible to feel clean or comfortable. But it was the silence that gradually became most unnerving. In healthy forests, you expect a constant background symphony of bird calls, insect activity, and small animals moving through undergrowth. Here, the only sounds were the ones we made ourselves: our footsteps, our voices, the rustle of equipment being moved around. Even the wind seemed muted, as if the trees were absorbing sound rather than allowing it to carry. "Kind of quiet, isn't it?" I mentioned during one of several awkward pauses in our conversation. Jake nodded slowly. "Yeah, really quiet." We both stood there for a moment, listening to the absence of normal forest sounds and trying to convince ourselves that there was a reasonable explanation. Maybe we'd arrived during a natural lull in wildlife activity. Maybe the recent weather had disrupted normal patterns. Maybe we were simply too accustomed to urban noise pollution to appreciate genuine tranquility. But neither of us bought any of those explanations. The silence felt deliberate, as if everything that normally lived in these woods had found reasons to be elsewhere, or had been given reasons to be elsewhere. As evening approached, we attempted to build a fire using wood scavenged from the abundant deadfall surrounding the clearing. The logs were all damp from recent rains, producing more smoke than heat, and filling our small space with acrid fumes that made our eyes water and our throats burn. But the alternative, spending the night in complete darkness, seemed even less appealing. While Jake struggled with the reluctant fire, I took a walk around the perimeter of the clearing, partly to stretch my legs and partly to get a better sense of our surroundings. What I found during that circuit increased my unease rather than relieving it. Several of the trees bore markings that definitely weren't natural. Carved symbols that might have been initials or might have been something else entirely, scratched into bark at eye level where they'd be impossible to miss. Some appeared fresh, while others had partially healed over, suggesting that people had been visiting this spot and leaving marks for years or even decades. But it was the pattern of the markings that disturbed me most. They weren't randomly distributed around the clearing's perimeter. Instead, they followed a specific sequence, with each symbol positioned to be visible from the previous one, creating a trail that led completely around the clearing before returning to its starting point. Someone had turned our campsite into a circuit, and I had no idea what purpose that circuit was supposed to serve. The fire finally caught properly just as the sun began its descent behind the trees, casting long shadows across our clearing that seemed to reach toward us like grasping fingers. Jake and I sat on a fallen log that we dragged closer to the flames, sharing a dinner of trail mix and energy bars, while trying to maintain conversation that felt increasingly forced and artificial. That's when we heard the engine. At first, it was just a distant rumble that could have been mistaken for thunder or machinery operating miles away. But as the sound grew closer, it resolved into the distinctive pattern of an internal combustion engine struggling with rough terrain. Someone else was navigating the same treacherous track we'd used to reach this clearing. Maybe it's the woman with the broken-down truck, I suggested, though I didn't believe it myself. The engine we were hearing sounded different. Smaller, rougher, like a vehicle that had seen too many hard miles and not enough maintenance. Jake stood up from the log, his posture suddenly alert in a way that made my stomach clench with anxiety. That's not the same truck. The sound grew steadily louder, accompanied by the wet grinding noise of tires fighting for traction in mud. Whoever was approaching was taking the same route we had, following our tire tracks deeper into the wilderness, and they were coming directly toward our campsite. Within minutes, headlights appeared through the trees, two pale beams that swept back and forth as the vehicle navigated the worst sections of the track. The lights disappeared and reappeared as the route curved, but each time they returned, they were closer and brighter. "Should we put out the fire?" I asked, suddenly conscious of how visible our position had become in the gathering darkness. "Too late for that," Jake replied. "They already know we're here." The vehicle finally emerged from the tree line, a sedan that looked like it had been assembled from parts scavenged from several different cars. The front panel was a different color than the doors, the rear bumper was held in place with rope, and one headlight was significantly dimmer than the other, giving the entire vehicle a lopsided, threatening appearance. But it was the way the driver behaved that transformed this encounter from merely unusual to genuinely frightening. Instead of pulling into our clearing or stopping to introduce himself, the sedan crept past our campsite at walking speed. The driver, a shadowy figure whose features were impossible to make out through tinted windows, turned his head to stare directly at us as he passed. Not a casual glance or a friendly wave, but the kind of sustained, evaluating stare that made both Jake and me instinctively step closer to each other. The car continued down the track until its taillights disappeared around the next bend, leaving us alone with the crackling fire and a growing sense of unease. "What do you think that was about?" I asked, though I dreaded hearing Jake's answer. "I don't know, but I don't like it." We sat back down on our log, both of us facing the direction the car had gone and listening for any indication that it might be returning. The forest had returned to its unnatural silence, broken only by the occasional pop from our fire and the distant sound of the sedan's engine growing fainter as it continued deeper into the wilderness. 20 minutes passed without incident. We began to relax slightly, convincing ourselves that we'd simply encountered another camper who was looking for his own isolated spot to spend the night. Maybe he'd even been as startled to see us as we'd been to see him. Maybe the long stare had been nothing more than natural curiosity about fellow travelers in such a remote location. Then the headlights appeared again. This time they were approaching from the opposite direction, suggesting that the driver had turned around somewhere ahead and was now retracing his route. But instead of simply passing our campsite a second time, the sedan slowed to a complete stop directly across from our fire. For several minutes, nothing happened. The car sat there with its engine idling roughly, its lone functioning headlight illuminating a section of forest on the far side of the clearing. The driver remained motionless behind the wheel, a dark silhouette that seemed to be studying us with the same unnatural intensity we'd encountered from the woman by the broken-down truck. Jake's hand found mine in the darkness, and I realized both of us were trembling. Not from cold, the night was still warm and humid, but from a fear that had no rational basis and no easy explanation. We were simply two young people camping in a public forest, and this was simply another traveler using the same road. There was no logical reason for the encounter to feel threatening. But logic had nothing to do with the primitive alarm bells that were screaming in both our heads. "What's he waiting for?" I whispered, though I was afraid that speaking too loudly might somehow provoke whatever was happening. "I don't know," Jake whispered back, and I could hear the tension in his voice. "Maybe we should go sit in the truck." Before we could act on that suggestion, the sedan's engine revved, and the vehicle lurched forward, continuing down the track in the same direction it had originally been traveling. Within moments, its taillights had disappeared again, leaving us alone with our racing hearts and growing paranoia. But our relief was short-lived, because 15 minutes later, the headlights appeared for a third time. Now there was no possibility of innocent explanation. The driver was deliberately circling our campsite, using the track as a loop that allowed him to pass our position repeatedly, while maintaining the pretense that he was simply traveling through the area. Each time he appeared, he slowed to observe us for several minutes before continuing on his circuit. "This is not normal," I said, abandoning any attempt to whisper. "Normal people don't do this." Jake stood up again, and this time he walked to the truck and returned with something I couldn't see clearly in the firelight. When he sat back down beside me, I realized he was holding the machete we'd packed for clearing brush. "What are you planning to do with that?" I asked, though part of me was relieved that we had some form of weapon available. "Hopefully nothing," he replied. "But if he stops and gets out of the car—" He didn't finish the sentence, but I understood. We were alone in the wilderness with someone whose behavior suggested either mental illness or predatory intent. Our nearest neighbors were either the mysterious woman with the broken-down truck, assuming she was still where we'd left her, or the population of Millerville, more than an hour's drive through treacherous terrain. If this situation escalated beyond verbal intimidation, we would be entirely on our own. The sedan made 2 more circuits, each time slowing to observe us before continuing its seemingly endless loop. By the 4th pass, both Jake and I were standing beside the fire, no longer even pretending to be relaxed. We watched the headlights approach, counted the minutes while the driver stared at us, then tracked the taillights until they disappeared around the bend. "We should leave," I said during one of the intervals between visits. "Pack up everything and get out of here right now." Jake nodded. "Yeah, this is getting too weird." But even as we began discussing our escape, both of us realized the practical difficulties involved. Loading our gear in the dark would be noisy and time-consuming, potentially alerting our unwelcome visitor that we were preparing to flee. Worse, our only route out was the same track he was using for his circuits. If we encountered him head-on in a narrow section where passing was impossible, We'd be trapped with nowhere to run. Maybe he'll get bored and leave, I suggested without much conviction. Maybe, Jake agreed, but his grip on the machete suggested he wasn't counting on it. As if summoned by our conversation, the headlights appeared again, approaching from the same direction as before. But this time, something was different. Instead of the steady beam we'd grown accustomed to, the light was flickering irregularly, creating a strobe effect that was deeply disorienting. The sedan crept into view, moving even slower than before, and I realized that the flickering wasn't caused by a malfunctioning headlight. The driver was deliberately turning his lights on and off, creating a signal that might have been an attempt at communication, or might have been something far more sinister. This time, when the car stopped across from our campsite, the engine didn't continue idling. Instead, it shut off completely, plunging that section of forest into darkness and silence. We could hear the driver's door opening. The metallic groan of the car door opening cut through the night air like a blade, followed by the soft thud of it closing again. In the flickering light from our fire, I could just make out a dark figure moving around the sedan, but the flames created too much contrast for me to see any details beyond a basic human silhouette. Jake's hand tightened on the machete handle, and I could hear his breathing becoming shallow and rapid. My own heart was hammering so hard I was certain it must be audible across the clearing. Every primitive survival instinct inherited from thousands of generations of ancestors was screaming at me to run, but my legs felt like they'd been filled with concrete. The figure moved slowly around the perimeter of our campsite, staying just outside the circle of firelight where we could track his movement without being able to see him clearly. He wasn't attempting to hide or sneak up on us. Quite the opposite. His footsteps were deliberately heavy, his path obvious, as if he wanted us to know exactly where he was at all times. "What do you want?" Jake called out, his voice carrying an authority I didn't think he actually felt. "We're just camping here for the night." The figure stopped moving but didn't respond. In the dancing shadows created by our fire, I could see that he was facing our direction, but his features remained completely obscured. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 or 40 seconds. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough and gravelly, like someone who'd spent years smoking unfiltered cigarettes or breathing industrial fumes. "Nice spot you picked," he said. "Real private. Nobody around for miles." The words themselves weren't threatening, but the tone carried implications that made my skin crawl. This wasn't small talk between fellow campers. This was a predator letting his prey know that they were isolated and vulnerable. "We'll be leaving in the morning," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just passing through." The figure resumed walking, completing his circuit around our campsite before stopping directly across the fire from where we stood. Now I could see him more clearly. A tall, thin man wearing dark clothing that might have been military surplus, or might have been work clothes that had seen too many years of hard use. His face remained in shadow, but I could see the gleam of eyes reflecting the firelight. "No rush," he said. "Stay as long as you like. I'm in no hurry." That last sentence sent ice water through my veins. It implied that he was planning to wait, to observe, to maintain his presence until... What? What was he waiting for? Jake stepped forward slightly, placing himself between the stranger and me. "Look, we don't want any trouble. We're just camping. If this is your spot, we can find somewhere else." The man tilted his head slightly, and I caught a glimpse of what might have been a smile. "Oh, this isn't my spot, but I know who uses it." The way he emphasized uses made it clear that camping wasn't the primary activity he was referring to. The careful arrangement of trash we'd noticed earlier, the multiple fire rings, the carved symbols on the trees, suddenly all of those details took on a much more sinister significance. "What do you mean?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. Instead of responding, the man reached into his jacket and pulled out something that caught the firelight. At first, I thought it might be a weapon, but as he held it up, I realized it was a camera. An old-fashioned camera with a large lens and an electronic flash attachment. "Mind if I take a few pictures?" he asked. "For the records." "Records?" Jake's voice had climbed several octaves higher. "What kind of records?" The man raised the camera to his eye, and the flash went off with a brilliant white burst that left both of us temporarily blinded. By the time our vision cleared, he'd moved to a different position and was preparing to take another shot. "Stop that!" Jake shouted, but the man triggered the flash again, then again, moving around our campsite like a professional photographer documenting a crime scene. Each flash was disorienting, destroying our night vision, and making it impossible to track the man's movements effectively. Between the bursts of light, he seemed to teleport from one location to another, always staying just outside our reach while maintaining his systematic documentation of our presence. "Please stop," I begged, but he continued taking pictures with mechanical precision. The camera's electronic whir and the charging sound of the flash unit created a rhythmic pattern that was somehow more frightening than complete silence would have been. After what felt like dozens of photographs, the man finally lowered his camera and tucked it back into his jacket. In the aftermath of the repeated flashes, the fire seemed dimmer, and the surrounding darkness appeared to have crept closer to our small circle of safety. "That should do it," he said with obvious satisfaction. "Got some good shots." "What are you going to do with those pictures?" I asked. "Share them with friends," he replied. "People who might be interested in your visit." The implications of that statement hit me like a physical blow. He wasn't working alone. Somewhere in this wilderness, other people were waiting for information about travelers who ventured into isolated areas. People who might be interested in knowing that two young campers had made themselves vulnerable in a location where help was impossible to summon. "We're leaving," Jake announced, his voice shaking with barely controlled fear. "Right now." "Suit yourself," the man said. "But you might want to wait until morning. These roads can be dangerous in the dark. Easy to get lost, easy to have an accident." The threat was barely veiled. If we attempted to leave now, something would happen to prevent our escape. Whether that something was mechanical sabotage, a blocked road, or direct confrontation didn't matter. The message was clear. We were expected to remain in this clearing until whoever was coming to collect us arrived. "We'll take our chances," Jake said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. The man shrugged. "Your choice. I'll be around if you change your mind." He turned and walked back toward his sedan, his footsteps crunching through the dead leaves and debris scattered around the clearing's perimeter. We heard the car door open and close, followed by the rough cough of the engine turning over. But instead of driving away, he simply sat there with the engine idling and the headlights pointed directly at our campsite. The message was unmistakable. He wasn't leaving. He was settling in for a long wait. Jake and I looked at each other across the fire, both of us understanding that our peaceful camping trip had transformed into something else entirely. We were no longer visitors to this wilderness. We were prey, trapped in an elaborate snare that we'd walked into voluntarily and now couldn't escape. "What do we do?" I whispered. Jake's eyes were fixed on the sedan's headlights, calculating distances and possibilities. "We pack up as quietly as possible. Then we make a run for it." "What if he follows us?" "Then we drive as fast as we can and hope we reach the main road before he catches up." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was the only option we had. The alternative, waiting passively while unknown threats gathered in the darkness around us, wasn't really an alternative at all. We began moving our gear with deliberate stealth, trying not to create any obvious signs that we were preparing to flee. But with every item we loaded into the truck, I became more convinced that our efforts were futile. The man in the sedan was watching our every move, and he'd already demonstrated that he had resources and planning capabilities that we couldn't hope to match. Worse, I was beginning to suspect that our current predicament was exactly what he'd been hoping to achieve. That the photographs, the threats, the psychological pressure were all designed to force us into making a desperate escape attempt that would play directly into whatever trap was waiting for us down the track. But staying wasn't an option either. Because somewhere in the darkness beyond our fire, other people were almost certainly moving into position, guided by the photographs that documented our exact location and current status. We were going to have to run, even though running might be exactly what our hunters wanted us to do. We managed to load most of our gear into the truck without attracting obvious attention from our unwanted observer. The man in the sedan remained motionless, his headlights creating a steady glare that made it difficult to see anything beyond our immediate campsite. But I had the unsettling feeling that he was watching our every movement, cataloging our preparations and probably communicating our plans to others through means we couldn't detect. Jake was securing the last of our equipment when we heard it, a sound that made both of us freeze in terror. It started as a low grinding noise, like metal scraping against stone, coming from somewhere deep in the forest beyond the sedan's position. At first, it was barely audible over the idling engine, but it gradually grew louder and more distinct. Whatever was creating the sound was moving, approaching our location through the dense undergrowth that surrounded the clearing. "What is that?" I whispered, though I was afraid that speaking might somehow attract the attention of whatever was making the noise. Jake shook his head, his face pale in the firelight. "I don't know, but we need to leave. Right now." The grinding sound was accompanied by another noise, a rhythmic thumping that suggested something heavy being dragged across uneven ground. Together, the sounds created an audio signature unlike anything I'd ever heard, something that belonged in nightmares rather than real life. The man in the sedan must have heard it too, because his engine suddenly revved and his headlights began moving as he repositioned his vehicle. But instead of driving away from the approaching sounds, he appeared to be moving closer to their source, as if coordinating with whatever was making its way through the forest. "They're working together," I realized with growing horror. "This is all planned." Jake grabbed my arm and pulled me toward our truck. "Get in, we're leaving right now." But as we reached the driver's door, the grinding sound suddenly intensified, joined by what could only be described as mechanical screaming. The sound of metal being torn apart by forces that had never been designed to work in harmony. Whatever was approaching was large, powerful, and apparently malfunctioning in ways that made its operation increasingly unstable. Through the trees, I caught a glimpse of light that was different from the sedan's headlights. This was a harsh white glare that strobed irregularly, creating a disorienting effect that made it impossible to judge distances or directions accurately. The light was accompanied by clouds of what looked like smoke or steam, suggesting that the approaching machine was overheating or burning fuel at an unsustainable rate. "Oh God," Jake breathed, and I followed his gaze to see what had captured his attention. At the edge of the clearing, barely visible in the chaotic mix of firelight and strobing glare, something was emerging from the forest. At first, I thought it might be another vehicle, some kind of all-terrain machine capable of navigating terrain that would be impossible for normal cars or trucks. But as more of it became visible, I realized that I was looking at something that had never been designed for transportation. It was a collection of mechanical parts that seemed to have been welded together without regard for engineering principles or safety considerations. Pieces of farm equipment were combined with automotive components and industrial machinery in ways that created a nightmare amalgamation of metal, rubber, and exposed electrical systems. The entire contraption moved on treads that looked like they'd been salvaged from military vehicles, but the treads themselves had been modified with additional metal plates and what appeared to be cutting implements. But it was the purpose of the machine that filled me with absolute terror. Mounted on the front was a cage-like structure just large enough to hold two people, with restraints that had obviously been designed to prevent escape. This wasn't a vehicle. It was a mobile prison, built specifically for capturing and transporting human beings who couldn't fight back effectively. The machine lurched into the clearing with mechanical groans that suggested its various components were fighting against each other with every movement. Sparks flew from exposed electrical connections, and the thick black smoke pouring from its exhaust system created a toxic cloud that made my eyes water and my throat burn. Behind the controls sat a figure wearing what looked like military surplus gear and a gas mask that concealed his entire face. He operated the machine with practiced efficiency, suggesting that this wasn't the first time he'd used it for its intended purpose. "Run!" Jake shouted, but I was already moving toward our truck. We threw ourselves into the cab and Jake turned the key, but instead of the reliable rumble of our engine, we heard only a weak clicking sound. He tried again with the same result, then a third time before the horrible truth became obvious. "Someone tampered with our truck," he said, his voice barely audible over the approaching machine. I looked through the windshield and saw the man in the sedan climbing out of his vehicle. In the chaotic light, I could see that he was smiling. The same horrible expression we'd encountered on the woman by the broken-down truck. This had all been planned from the moment we'd first appeared on their remote road. Every detail had been orchestrated to drive us to this exact spot, where we'd be trapped with no possibility of escape. The mechanical monstrosity was now close enough that I could see its operator clearly. The gas mask couldn't conceal the fact that he was staring directly at us, his head turning to track our movements with mechanical precision. The cage mounted on the front of his machine was already open, its restraints positioned to accommodate 2 people of approximately our size. Jake tried the ignition one more time, and miraculously, the engine coughed to life. But our relief was short-lived, because the mechanical creature had positioned itself to block our only exit from the clearing. Its operator was revving the engine, creating clouds of noxious smoke while demonstrating the various cutting implements attached to the machine's treads. "Back up," I said. "Go through the forest." "The trees are too close together," Jake replied, but he was already shifting into reverse. "We'll get stuck." "Better than getting caught," I said, and he nodded grimly. We began backing toward the tree line, our headlights illuminating a maze of trunks and undergrowth that looked impossible to navigate. But impossible was better than certain capture, and the mechanical monstrosity was already moving to intercept us. Behind us, I could hear the sound of branches scraping against our truck's sides and roof. Several times we had to stop and maneuver around obstacles that would have blocked our progress entirely. But somehow we managed to penetrate the forest far enough that the pursuing machine couldn't follow. At least, not immediately. The sound of chainsaws starting up told us that our pursuers weren't giving up easily. They were simply switching to different tools, ones better suited for clearing the path we'd use to escape. "They're going to cut their way through," I said, watching the strobing lights moving through the trees behind us. "They're going to follow us." Jake found a space wide enough to turn around, and we began moving deeper into the forest, using what appeared to be an old deer trail to navigate between the largest trees. Our headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the darkness, but beyond that tunnel, we could hear the sounds of our pursuers getting closer with every passing minute. The chainsaws were making quick work of the obstacles that had temporarily saved us. Soon, the mechanical prison would be mobile again, and it would be following our tracks through terrain where our truck's advantages were minimal, and our options for escape were rapidly diminishing. We needed to find a way back to the main road, but we were lost in a wilderness that was controlled by people who knew every trail, every shortcut, every dead end that might trap unwary travelers. People who had obviously been hunting human prey in these woods for far longer than we'd realized. Our truck bounced and lurched through the forest, following what might charitably be called an animal trail, but was really just a slightly less dense arrangement of trees and undergrowth. Branches scraped against our windows with sounds like fingernails on chalkboard, and several times we had to stop completely while Jake maneuvered around fallen logs that blocked our path entirely. Behind us, the sound of chainsaws was getting steadily closer, accompanied by the mechanical roar of the pursuing machine as it forced its way through obstacles that would have stopped normal vehicles. Our brief head start was evaporating rapidly, and it was becoming clear that our pursuers knew this terrain far better than we did. "There," I shouted, pointing to what looked like a wider gap between trees about 50 yards ahead. "That might be another road." Jake accelerated toward the opening, our truck's engine screaming as it fought for traction on the uneven ground. We burst through the gap, and found ourselves on what was definitely a road. Not much of one, but a genuine dirt track that had been carved out of the forest specifically for vehicle traffic. "Which way?" Jake asked, the truck idling while we tried to get our bearings. To our left, the road curved away into darkness, following what appeared to be a natural valley between hills. To our right, it climbed steeply upward, disappearing over a ridge that might offer a view of the surrounding area. Both directions were unknown quantities, but at least they were actual roads rather than the maze of animal trails we'd been navigating. The decision was made for us when lights appeared through the trees behind our position. Our pursuers had reached the road and were now fully mobile again. The mechanical monstrosity emerged from the forest like something from an industrial nightmare, its various components sparking and smoking as the operator pushed it beyond its design limits. "Go left," I said. "Downhill should be easier on the truck." Jake floored the accelerator, and we shot down the declining road with a speed that was probably reckless given the conditions. But reckless was better than captured, and the sounds behind us suggested that our pursuers were gaining ground despite their machine's obvious mechanical problems. The road wound through dense forest for what felt like miles, occasionally branching into smaller tracks that disappeared into the darkness. Each time we encountered an intersection, Jake had to make split-second decisions about which route might lead to safety, and which might lead to dead ends where we'd be trapped like animals in a cage. Most terrifying was the realization that our pursuers seemed to know exactly where each road led. Several times we glimpsed lights approaching from different directions, suggesting that multiple vehicles were now involved in tracking us. What had started as an encounter with a single suspicious individual had escalated into a coordinated hunt involving resources and manpower that spoke to a much larger operation. "They're hurting us," I realized with growing horror. "They know where these roads go. They're forcing us towards something." Jake's knuckles were white where he gripped the steering wheel, his attention divided between navigating the treacherous road and monitoring the mirrors for signs of pursuit. "What do you mean?" "Think about it," I said, my mind racing as pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. The woman by the broken truck. She was positioned to make sure we went down the right road. The man with the camera. He was documenting our presence for people who weren't there yet. This whole thing is organized. They've done this before. The implications of that realization were almost too horrible to process. Somewhere in this wilderness, other travelers had found themselves in similar situations. People who'd been drawn to remote locations by the promise of solitude and natural beauty, only to discover that they'd walked into carefully prepared traps. And given the elaborate nature of the hunting operation we'd encountered, it seemed unlikely that many of those previous victims had successfully escaped. Our road began climbing again, winding up the side of a steep hill through switchbacks that forced Jake to slow down significantly. Behind us, the pursuing lights were getting closer, no longer hindered by the need to clear obstacles or navigate unknown terrain. On an established road, the mechanical prison was apparently capable of much higher speeds than its appearance had suggested. "There's something ahead," Jake said, pointing to a structure that was becoming visible at the top of the hill. As we got closer, I could see that it was some kind of building, a long, low structure that might have been a hunting lodge or ranger station in better days. But even in the darkness, it was obvious that the building had been abandoned for years. Broken windows, collapsed sections of roof, and walls covered in graffiti suggested that whatever legitimate purpose it might once have served had been forgotten long ago. "Don't stop," I said, though Jake was already accelerating past the structure. "That's probably where they want us to go." But as we drove past the building, I caught a glimpse of something that made my blood freeze. In what had once been the parking area, several vehicles were arranged in neat rows. Cars, trucks, and motorcycles of various ages and conditions, all sitting silent and dark in the night air. They weren't the vehicles of hunters or park rangers. They were too diverse, too obviously civilian, representing decades of different models and manufacturers. They looked like the abandoned property of people who'd arrived at this location expecting to leave again but somehow never managed to complete that journey. "Oh God," I whispered. "Those are their cars. The people they caught. All those cars belong to people who never made it home. Jake's foot pressed harder on the accelerator, and our truck shot past the building complex with a speed that was probably dangerous on the winding road. But the alternative, slowing down to examine the evidence of previous crimes, might have been fatal. Behind us, the pursuing lights had crested the hill and were now bearing down on our position with renewed intensity. I could see multiple vehicles now, spread out across the road in a formation that was clearly designed to prevent our escape if we tried to reverse direction. "There's a fork ahead," Jake said, and I could see he was right. The road split into two branches, one continuing straight ahead while the other curved sharply to the right and disappeared into a different section of forest. "Which way?" I asked, though I suspected that both options led to predetermined destinations that our hunters had selected long before we'd ever arrived in this wilderness. "Right," Jake decided, and swung the wheel hard as we approached the intersection. The road immediately became rougher, suggesting that this branch received less maintenance than the main route. Our truck bounced and shuddered as we navigated potholes and washouts that threatened to trap us or damage our vehicle beyond repair. But the alternative, staying on the main road where our pursuers could use their superior knowledge of the terrain, seemed even worse. For several minutes, we seemed to be pulling ahead of our pursuers. The lights behind us grew dimmer, and the sounds of pursuit became less distinct. I began to hope that we'd finally manage to shake them, that our random choice of direction had led us away from whatever trap they'd been trying to drive us into. Then we rounded a curve and found ourselves facing a sight that destroyed any remaining hope of escape. Stretched across the road ahead was a makeshift barricade constructed from fallen trees, abandoned vehicles, and coils of razor wire. It was obviously a permanent installation, something that had been built to stop exactly the kind of desperate flight we were attempting. There was no way around it, no way through it, and no time to back up before our pursuers arrived to complete the trap. We were caught. Jake slammed on the brakes and our truck skidded to a stop less than 10 feet from the barricade. In the glare of our headlights, I could see that the obstacle had been constructed with professional efficiency. Multiple layers of barriers were designed to stop vehicles of any size, while the razor wire would prevent anyone from attempting to climb over or crawl through gaps. But it was what lay beyond the barricade that filled me with absolute terror. Standing in the road, illuminated by our headlights, were at least 6 people wearing the same military surplus gear and gas masks we'd seen on the operator of the mechanical prison. They were arranged in a semicircle behind the barricade, each one holding what appeared to be some form of weapon. Improvised clubs, modified tools, devices that had been constructed specifically for subduing human beings without killing them outright. Behind us, the pursuing lights were getting closer rapidly. Within minutes, we'd be surrounded by people who had obviously been hunting human prey in these woods for years. People who had refined their techniques through practice on victims who'd left behind the collection of abandoned vehicles we'd passed earlier. "What do we do?" I asked, though I already knew there were no good options remaining. Jake's hands were shaking as he gripped the steering wheel. I don't know. The engine of the mechanical prison was clearly audible now, accompanied by the sound of multiple other vehicles approaching our position. Our hunters had successfully driven us into a killing ground where escape was impossible and resistance would be futile. But as we sat there in paralyzed terror, waiting for whatever came next, I noticed something that gave me a fragment of hope. To our right, barely visible in the darkness beyond our headlights, was what looked like a footpath leading away from the road. It was too narrow for vehicles, too steep for the mechanical prison, but it might be possible for 2 people to navigate on foot if they were desperate enough to try. "The path," I whispered to Jake. "To the right. We can run." He looked where I was pointing and nodded slowly. "It's our only chance." We agreed on a plan that was simple and probably suicidal. When I gave the signal, Jake would flash our headlights to blind the people behind the barricade. Then we'd throw open our doors and run toward the path. If we were lucky, the sudden light and our unexpected movement would create enough confusion to give us a few seconds head start. If we were unlucky, we'd be captured or killed within yards of our truck. "Ready?" I asked. "Ready," Jake replied. his hand hovering over the headlight switch. I took a deep breath, counted to 3, and shouted, "Now!" Jake flashed the headlights repeatedly while we threw ourselves out of the truck and sprinted toward the barely visible path. Behind us, I could hear shouting and the sound of people climbing over the barricade, but the sudden light had indeed created momentary confusion. The path was even steeper than it had appeared, winding up the side of a rocky slope that would have been challenging to navigate in daylight with proper equipment. In darkness, wearing inadequate footwear and carrying nothing but the clothes on our backs, it was almost impossible. But impossible was better than certain capture, so we climbed. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit were growing fainter as our hunters discovered that their vehicles couldn't follow us up the treacherous slope. But I could hear voices calling back and forth, organizing a search that would probably resume at first light with people on foot who knew the terrain far better than we did. We climbed for what felt like hours, stopping only when exhaustion forced us to rest for a few minutes before continuing upward. Several times, the path seemed to disappear entirely, forcing us to feel our way through loose rock and thorny undergrowth that tore at our clothes and exposed skin. But gradually, the eastern sky began to lighten, and we found ourselves looking down into a valley that contained what appeared to be a legitimate road. Not a hunting trail or a dead-end track, but an actual paved road with occasional traffic moving in both directions. "Civilization," Jake said, and I could hear the tears in his voice. It took us another hour to descend the far side of the slope and reach the road, where we flagged down a passing motorist who agreed to drive us to the nearest town with a police station. By the time we'd given our statements and guided law enforcement back to the area where we'd encountered our hunters, everything had vanished. The barricade was gone, the abandoned vehicles had been removed, and the mechanical prison was nowhere to be found. Even our own truck had disappeared, leaving no evidence that any of the night's events had actually occurred. The police were polite, but skeptical. Our story sounded like the product of exhaustion and imagination, and without physical evidence to support our claims, there was little they could do beyond filing a report that would probably never be investigated further. But I know what we experienced that night was real. Somewhere in the wilderness areas of northern Pennsylvania, people are hunting human beings for sport or profit, or reasons that I don't want to understand. They're using isolated camping areas as traps, luring travelers into situations where escape becomes impossible and help is too far away to matter. The woman by the broken-down truck, the man with the camera, the operator of the mechanical prison, they were all part of an organization that has been perfecting its techniques for years. The collection of abandoned vehicles we glimpsed suggests that many people have fallen victim to their operation, people whose disappearances were probably attributed to getting lost in the wilderness or having accidents on remote roads. Jake and I were lucky. We escaped because we recognized the danger in time and were willing to abandon everything we owned to preserve our lives. But I think about the other travelers who might not be so fortunate. People who trust too easily or hesitate too long when confronted with situations that trigger every primitive alarm their ancestors evolved to keep them alive. I never went camping again. The idea of deliberately placing myself in isolated locations where help is unavailable has lost all appeal. But sometimes, late at night, when sleep proves elusive, I find myself wondering about those hunters. Are they still operating in the same area? Have they refined their techniques further? How many more vehicles have been added to their collection since that night in August 2019? And most disturbing of all, I wonder if what we encountered was an isolated group of predators taking advantage of a remote location, or if similar operations exist in wilderness areas across the country, connected by networks of communication and shared expertise that would make them almost impossible for law enforcement to detect or stop. The forests are vast, and there are so many places where people can disappear without a trace. So many roads that lead nowhere, and so many travelers who trust too easily in the basic decency of strangers they encounter far from the safety of civilization. Some nightmares, I've learned, are too real to wake up from. They follow you home and take up permanent residence in the dark corners of your mind, where they wait patiently for moments of weakness when they can remind you that the world contains horrors that most people never imagine and pray they never encounter. But they're out there. In the forests, in the darkness, waiting for the next unsuspecting travelers who think that isolation equals safety, and that the worst thing that can happen in the wilderness is getting lost or having mechanical trouble with their vehicle. If you ever find yourself on remote roads where cell phones don't work and help is hours away, remember our story. Trust your instincts when situations feel wrong, even if you can't articulate why. Don't let curiosity or the desire to help others override the primitive warnings that have kept our species alive through millennia of avoiding predators that hunt in the dark places of the world. And if you ever encounter a woman standing beside a broken-down truck who smiles at you in a way that makes your skin crawl, don't stop to help. Just drive away as fast as you can, and don't look back. Because some people aren't looking for assistance, they're looking for victims. And in the deep wilderness, far from witnesses and rescue, they've learned that victims are surprisingly easy to find among travelers who believe that other people share their basic humanity and moral constraints. That faith in human decency is a beautiful thing, but it can also be deadly when it encounters people who see other human beings as nothing more than prey to be hunted, captured, and collected like trophies in a game that has been played in the shadows for far longer than most of us would care to imagine. The sun came up that morning, as it always does, but it rose on a world that I understood differently than I had the day before. A world where monsters are real, where they hunt in organized groups, and where they've learned to use our own instincts for helping others as weapons against us. I survived because I was lucky, and because Jake was brave enough to take chances that probably should have killed us both. But luck runs out, and bravery isn't always enough when you're facing people who have made hunting human beings their profession. So be careful out there. Be very, very careful, because they're still out there, somewhere in the darkness between the trees, waiting for the next travelers who venture too far from safety in search of adventure and solitude. And next time, those travelers might not be as fortunate as we were. I used to be a forestry surveyor back in the 80s, working up in Vuntut National Park in Yukon, Canada. On paper, the job was simple: map the land, mark the trees, note the changes. But in practice, out there in the wilderness, it was anything but simple. The park stretched over 4,000 square kilometers, a vast expanse of dense forests, jagged ridges, and boggy lowlands that could swallow a person whole without leaving a trace. I'd been at it for nearly 15 years by that point, becoming intimately familiar with the terrain's moods and secrets. At 42, I was leaner than most men my age, hardened by years of solitary treks through some of North America's most unforgiving landscapes. What drew me to this work wasn't the pay, which was modest at best. It was the solitude, the profound silence that settled around you after days without human contact. The knowledge that for miles in every direction, you were utterly alone with your thoughts and the ancient trees. Some found this terrifying. I found it cleansing. In late September of 1985, I ventured deeper into the interior than I'd ever gone before. My supervisor had requested detailed surveys of an area that hadn't been properly documented since the 1960s. The nearest road was a 4-day hike away, and the ranger station was even further. My pack weighed nearly 60 pounds, loaded with enough supplies for 2 weeks: dehydrated food, water purification tablets, mapping equipment, a first aid kit, and my camera. The first 3 days passed without incident. I woke each morning before dawn, broke camp, and hiked until dusk, stopping only to record measurements or photograph notable features. My journal entries from those days were methodical, precise, the observations of a man comfortable in his routine. Day 3. Mapped eastern tributary of Caribou Creek. Elevation gain of approximately 210 meters over 3 kilometers. Evidence of beaver activity increasing. Weather clear, temperature dropping to near freezing at night. I remember how the air smelled on that third evening. Crisp pine mingled with the earthy scent of decaying leaves. I built a small fire, heated my dinner, and fell asleep to the distant howling of wolves. It would be the last normal night I would experience for a very long time. The morning of the fourth day brought heavy fog that clung to the valleys and wound between trees like spectral fingers. I broke camp later than usual, waiting for visibility to improve. By mid-morning, the fog had thinned enough for me to continue northward, following a drainage line I needed to plot for the survey. The forest grew denser as I hiked, the spruce and pine closing in around me until branches scraped against my pack from both sides. I had to duck and weave through the undergrowth, my boots sinking into a carpet of moss and rotting vegetation that muffled my footsteps. Around noon, I noticed something strange ahead. The trees weren't standing right. They were tilted, leaning outward as if pushed by some powerful force. I stopped, adjusted my pack, and squinted through the branches. Beyond them was a clearing, a perfect circle punched into the forest canopy. Curiosity overrode caution. I pressed forward, my boots sinking slightly into the increasingly soft earth. As I reached the edge of the tree line, I froze. Everything within that circle, the trees, the shrubs, even the dirt itself, was bleached an ashy white. Not burned, not frosted, but drained of color. The trees stood like bone sculptures, their bark peeling in dry, powdery flakes. The ground crunched beneath my boots, brittle and desiccated. In 15 years of forestry work, I'd seen plenty. Fire scars, beetle kills, flood damage, the aftermath of bears tearing through campsites. This was different. This was wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. I moved forward, drawn toward the center despite the growing unease in my gut. There in the middle of it all was a crater. Small, perhaps 3 feet wide and 2 feet deep, little more than a shallow depression in the white earth. I stood over it, staring down. There was no meteorite, no rocks, no sign of what had made it. Just an empty hole. The air was unnaturally still. No birds called, no insects buzzed, no wind rustled through the bleached remnants of foliage. The silence pressed against my eardrums until I could hear my own heartbeat. I felt watched, though I knew I was alone. Something about that spot made my skin tighten, like I was being observed by unseen, unfriendly eyes. I shifted my weight, the sound of my boots on the white soil jarringly loud in the silence. Despite my discomfort, professional habit took over. I needed to document this. I dropped my pack and pulled out my analog camera. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the lens cap, but I managed to line up several shots. Wide angles of the blasted trees, panoramas of the white expanse, close-ups of the crater itself. The mechanical click of the shutter seemed to echo in the unnatural quiet. I took at least a dozen photographs, growing more unsettled with each exposure. This wasn't just another routine log entry. This was something my supervisors needed to see, something scientists would want to investigate. Once the roll of film was exhausted, I packed the camera away, slung my bag over my shoulder, and began the trek back, relieved to be leaving that place behind. The walk away from the white clearing was a long one. I'd planned to make camp that night and continue my survey the next day, but after encountering that strange sight, I wanted solid walls around me. I decided to push through, hiking all the way back to the ranger station if necessary. For the first 2 hours, everything seemed normal. There was just the usual ache in my shoulders from the weight of my pack, and the familiar burn in my thighs from navigating the uneven terrain. Then the headache started. At first, it was just a dull throb behind my eyes. I attributed it to strain, maybe dehydration, so I stopped and drank deeply from my canteen. The water, usually refreshing, tasted flat and did nothing to ease the growing pressure in my skull. By the 3-hour mark, my stomach had joined the revolt, a nauseating twist that grew sharper with each step. Sweat poured down my face despite the cool afternoon air. My vision began to blur at the edges, objects doubling and swimming before me. When I reached the final ridge before the ranger station, I had to stop. Leaning against a tree, I tried to catch my breath. My heart raced too fast, pounding against my ribs like it wanted to escape. When I wiped my brow, my hand came away red. My nose was bleeding. Then the vomiting hit. It came without warning. A violent, convulsive heave that left me on all fours in the dirt. The contents of my stomach splattered against the forest floor, strangely dark and viscous. I spat, trying to clear the bitter taste from my mouth, and realized with growing horror that something was very wrong with me. I don't remember reaching the ranger station. Fragments remain. The crunch of gravel under my boots, the sudden glare of electric lights, a man's voice raised in alarm. The ranger on duty, I think his name was Howard, took one look at me and lunged for the radio. I caught phrases through the buzzing in my ears: medical emergency and immediate evacuation. I collapsed before he finished the call, my legs simply giving out beneath me. The floor rushed up to meet me, and I vomited again. Only this time, the liquid that spilled from my mouth was streaked with what looked like dark fibers. Howard rushed to my side, his face swimming in and out of focus above me. "What happened to you out there?" he asked, pressing a cool cloth to my forehead. I tried to tell him about the white clearing, the crater, the feeling of being watched. The words slurred together, making no sense even to my own ears. Then darkness swept in, and I remember nothing more. I woke to the rhythmic beeping of machines and the antiseptic smell of a hospital room. Harsh fluorescent lights burned my eyes when I tried to open them. An IV line snaked into my arm, the needle site sore and bruised. My throat felt raw, as if I'd been screaming. A nurse noticed I was conscious. She approached cautiously, her face partially hidden behind a surgical mask. "You're awake," she said, her voice professional, but warm. "How are you feeling?" I tried to speak, but produced only a dry croak. She held a cup of water to my lips, and I sipped gratefully. The liquid stung going down. "What happened to me?" I managed after several attempts. "The doctor will explain," she replied, checking the monitors beside my bed. "He'll be in shortly." Time stretched bizarrely in that sterile room. Minutes seemed like hours as I drifted in and out of consciousness. When the doctor finally arrived, I was lucid enough to focus on his face. Thin, serious, with steel-rimmed glasses that caught the light as he moved. "You gave everyone quite a scare," he said, consulting a clipboard. "The paramedics thought you might not make it." "How long have I been here?" My voice sounded strange to my own ears, hollow and distant. 3 days. "You've been in and out." He pulled up a chair beside the bed. "What do you remember about what happened before you got sick?" I told him about the white clearing, the crater, the bleached trees. His expression didn't change, but he made notes on his clipboard. When I finished, he nodded slowly. "Your symptoms are consistent with acute toxic exposure," he explained. "Severe nausea, fever, neurological effects, bleeding from mucous membranes. We've ruled out common pathogens. No signs of viral or bacterial infection." "Then what caused it?" He hesitated. "Our working theory is some kind of environmental toxin. A fungal agent, perhaps, or chemical contamination. The Federal Environmental Agency has been notified. They'll want to speak with you once you're stronger." "My camera," I said suddenly, remembering. "I took pictures. They'll show what I found." "Your equipment is with your personal effects." He gestured to a cabinet across the room. "I'll have the nurse bring it to you later." He stood to leave, then paused. "One more thing. During your delirium, you kept talking about being watched. You said they're in the trees and they're listening. Do you remember any of that?" I shook my head, a chill washing over me despite the hospital room's warmth. "Not unusual with high fevers," he assured me. "Rest now. We'll talk more tomorrow. After he left, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, trying to piece together the fragmented memories of my ordeal. I could recall the white clearing perfectly, but everything after leaving it was a jumble of confused images and sensations. One thought kept returning. What if it wasn't a toxin? What if it was something else entirely? Something the doctors couldn't identify because they didn't know to look for it. In the darkness of that hospital room, the thought seemed less ridiculous than it should have. I was discharged after 8 days, still weak but stable enough to leave. The doctors had found no permanent damage, though they warned me that some symptoms, fatigue, occasional headaches, vivid dreams, might persist for weeks or months. My first stop was the Forestry Service headquarters. I needed to report what I'd found and deliver the photographic evidence. I was anxious, but also eager. Those photos would validate my experience, prove that I hadn't imagined or hallucinated the white clearing. My supervisor, a stern woman named Jacobs, listened to my account without interruption. Her face remained impassive as I described the bleached circle, the empty crater, the unnatural silence. When I finished, she asked a few perfunctory questions about the exact location, then suggested we develop the film immediately. The technician took my camera into the darkroom. Jacobs and I waited in strained silence, she clearly skeptical, I increasingly nervous. After what seemed an eternity, the technician emerged with a stack of prints. My heart sank as he spread them across the table. Every shot of the impact site was nothing but a white, fuzzy blur. Not overexposed, not underexposed, just a static mess of nothingness. The other photos from earlier in my trip were perfectly clear. Only those of the white clearing were ruined. Could be light damage, the technician suggested, avoiding my eyes. Or moisture got into the camera. Jacobs examined the blurred images, her expression hardening. Well, she said finally, these don't tell us much. But I saw it, I insisted, hearing the desperation in my voice. It was real. Something happened out there. I'm not saying it didn't, she replied carefully. But without evidence, there's not much we can do. You've been through a traumatic experience. Maybe once you've had some rest. I don't need rest, I interrupted. I need someone to investigate that site. Something there made me sick. The environmental agency found nothing unusual in your blood work, she reminded me. Their official position is that you likely encountered a naturally occurring toxin, a mushroom perhaps, or plant sap that caused a severe allergic reaction. I stared at her, incredulous. Then why did the photos turn out like this? Just these specific photos? She sighed. Technical glitch, bad film, coincidence. There are many possible explanations. The conversation ended there. Jacobs advised me to take 2 weeks of sick leave before returning to work. No one outright accused me of fabricating the story, but I felt the weight of their disbelief. In their eyes, I was a reliable surveyor who'd had a breakdown in the wilderness, an occupational hazard they'd seen before. Without proof, my words alone couldn't convince them. And each time I tried to explain how the timing didn't fit, how I'd been fine until after leaving the impact site, I could see them mentally filing my protestations under symptoms of trauma. Eventually, I stopped talking about it, not because I doubted what I'd seen, but because I realized no one would believe me without evidence. And the evidence somehow had been erased. I returned to work after 3 weeks, determined to put the incident behind me. I took assignments closer to headquarters, shorter trips that kept me within radio contact. My colleagues were supportive in that awkward way people treat someone they believe has suffered a psychological break. They spoke carefully around me, avoided certain topics, and exchanged glances when they thought I wasn't looking. For several months I maintained the facade of recovery. I filed my reports, attended staff meetings, shared casual conversations in the break room. To all outward appearances, I had moved on from my wilderness episode, as one coworker tactfully called it. But I hadn't moved on. I couldn't. The white clearing haunted my dreams and invaded my waking thoughts. I began keeping a private journal, recording every detail I could remember about the site, drawing maps and diagrams, trying to pinpoint its exact location. The official coordinates I'd logged that day led nowhere. The GPS data showed me in an unremarkable section of forest when I claimed to have discovered the crater. In the spring of 1986, I requested a return to deep forest surveys. Jacobs was reluctant, but eventually agreed, perhaps believing that facing my fears would help me fully recover. I set out with a new camera, extra rolls of film, and a personal GPS unit I'd purchased with my own money. For 2 weeks, I followed my original route, comparing my current position to the maps I'd drawn from memory. The forest looked the same. Endless stretches of spruce and pine, moss-covered ground, the occasional clearing created by fallen trees. Nothing white, nothing dead, nothing unusual. On the 10th day, as I was about to give up, I found something. Not the clearing itself, but a patch of forest where the trees grew at strange angles, leaning away from a central point as if repelled by something. The undergrowth was thinner here, the ground cover sparse. My heart racing, I pushed forward, certain I was approaching the white crater. The trees thinned further and I glimpsed an open space ahead. But when I broke through into the clearing, disappointment crashed over me. It was just an ordinary meadow, lush with spring vegetation, wildflowers nodding in the gentle breeze. I searched the entire area, looking for any sign of the white desolation I remembered. Nothing. I took photos anyway, marking the location precisely in my journal. When the film was developed, the pictures showed exactly what I'd seen: a perfectly normal mountain meadow. Over the next year, I made 3 more attempts to locate the white clearing, each more desperate than the last. I searched increasingly remote areas, venturing into sections of the park rarely visited even by experienced rangers. I found nothing. My obsession didn't go unnoticed. Jacobs called me into her office after my 4th failed expedition. "This has to stop," she said, her concern evident. "You're one of our best surveyors, but I'm worried about you. This fixation isn't healthy." I tried to explain that I needed answers, needed to understand what had happened to me. She listened patiently, then slid a business card across her desk. It belonged to a psychologist who specialized in trauma and stress disorders. "Just talk to him," she urged. "Please." I took the card, but never made the appointment. No therapist would believe me either. Instead, I did what Jacobs wanted. I stopped searching, at least officially. Years passed. I remained with the Forestry Service, earning promotions and commendations for my work. The incident became a footnote in my personnel file, rarely mentioned and generally forgotten by everyone except me. I never stopped watching, though. Every trip into the backcountry, every survey, every hike became an opportunity to scan the horizon for that telltale white glow among the trees. I became known for my thorough documentation, my insistence on photographing even mundane features of the landscape. If my colleagues thought it odd, they attributed it to the perfectionism that had earned me professional respect. The physical effects of my illness lingered. Headaches came and went, especially during changes in the weather. Occasionally I would wake drenched in sweat, fragments of disturbing dreams clinging to my consciousness. Dreams of white trees and empty craters and eyes watching from the shadows. In the fall of 1992, 7 years after my encounter, a new surveyor joined our team. A young woman fresh from forestry school, eager and idealistic. During her orientation hike, as we cataloged tree species in a remote valley, she suddenly stopped and pointed to a stand of pines on a distant ridge. "What's that white patch up there?" she asked. I followed her gaze, blood rushing in my ears. There, barely visible through the trees, was a splash of pale color that didn't belong in the autumn forest. I started toward it immediately, ignoring her confused questions, my heart hammering against my ribs. We never reached it. A storm moved in with unexpected speed, forcing us to abandon the hike and return to base. By the time weather conditions improved 3 days later, I couldn't find the white patch again, no matter how carefully I searched the area. The new surveyor, confused by my intensity, eventually decided she must have been mistaken. Perhaps it was just an unusual rock formation catching the light in a particular way. But I knew better. It had been there, and then it wasn't. Just like before. That incident rekindled my determination. I began researching similar phenomena, spending evenings in the university library in Whitehorse, poring over scientific journals and environmental reports. I learned about fungal infections that could bleach vegetation, about soil contamination from industrial chemicals, about the effects of radiation on plant life. None quite matched what I had seen, but they gave me a vocabulary to frame my experience in more credible terms. I wrote to researchers at environmental agencies describing unusual vegetation discoloration I'd observed in the park. Most ignored me. Those who responded suggested mundane explanations: alkaline soil deposits, localized frost damage, even droppings from migratory birds that could temporarily change soil chemistry. In 1994, I came across a newspaper article about unexplained dead zones discovered in remote forests in Oregon. The description, circular areas where vegetation had died and turned white, matched my experience so closely that my hands shook as I read. I contacted the journalist immediately, but by the time she responded weeks later, the story had developed. The dead zones had been conclusively linked to illegal chemical dumping by a logging company. Mystery solved. Case closed. Except I knew that no one had been dumping chemicals in the heart of Vuntut National Park, hundreds of miles from the nearest road. I retired from the Forestry Service in 2001 at age 58. My knees couldn't handle the rigorous hikes anymore, and the younger surveyors had technology I barely understood. Satellite imagery, digital mapping systems, handheld computers that made my methods seem like ancient history. I bought a small house outside Whitehorse, close enough to civilization for convenience, but far enough into the woods to satisfy my need for solitude. My days fell into a quiet rhythm: morning coffee on the porch, afternoons tending my garden or fishing in the nearby creek, evenings with books or the occasional visitor from my forestry days. The nightmares grew less frequent as the years passed. The headaches subsided. I began to wonder if perhaps Jacobs and the doctors had been right all along. Maybe I had stumbled upon some natural toxin that affected both my health and my perception. Maybe the white clearing had been a hallucination, a waking dream produced by a fevered mind. Then the letters started arriving. The first came in the winter of 2005, a plain envelope with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper containing a brief typewritten message. I found your white circle. Northern Saskatchewan. Same sickness afterward. Did your photos blur too? I stared at those words for a long time, my hands trembling. There was a phone number at the bottom. I dialed it immediately, but it had been disconnected. Over the next 3 years, 4 more letters arrived, each from a different person, each describing an encounter eerily similar to mine. A hunter in British Columbia. A geologist in the Northwest Territories. A pilot who spotted a white circle from the air while flying over remote parts of Alaska. A hiker in Montana. All described the same features: the perfect circle of white vegetation, the small crater at the center, the unnatural silence. All reported becoming violently ill afterward. All mentioned photographs that somehow failed to capture what they had seen, coming out blurred, overexposed, or containing nothing but static. I created a map marking each reported location with a red pin. When I connected the points, they formed no recognizable pattern. The circles appeared randomly distributed across the northwestern part of the continent, with hundreds of miles between them. In 2010, I received a different kind of letter, this one from a physicist at a university in Vancouver. He had been forwarded my correspondence by the geologist who had written to me earlier. His message was brief and cautious, but it sent a chill through me. The phenomena you describe bears certain similarities to theoretical models of localized space-time anomalies. I would be interested in discussing your observations in greater detail, particularly the effect on photographic equipment and the subsequent illness you experienced. Please contact me at your earliest convenience. I never responded. Not because I wasn't intrigued, but because at 72 I had finally found a measure of peace. The white clearing had dominated my thoughts for decades. I had sacrificed relationships, opportunities, and countless hours to my obsession with understanding what had happened to me that day in the forest. And what had it brought me? More questions, more uncertainty, more sleepless nights. Sometimes I think mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. I still have those blurry photographs stored in an envelope in my desk drawer. Occasionally, I take them out and examine them, searching for any detail I might have missed, any clue hidden in the white static. There's never anything new to see, yet I keep looking. My hands shake worse now than they did back then. My knees protest loudly when I climb the stairs to my bedroom. But my mind remains clear, and the memory of that day in 1985 has not faded in the slightest. Was it radiation from some secret government test? A natural phenomenon science has yet to explain? Something else entirely? Something beyond our current understanding of the world? I don't know. I probably never will. But I'm certain of one thing. If I ever see that white glow between the trees again, I'm walking straight the other way. The camping trip had been circled on my calendar for weeks, a small reprieve from the overwhelming demands of adult life. As I packed my gear on that crisp October morning in 2023, I felt the stress of the previous months beginning to dissolve. At 34, these escapes into nature had become increasingly precious, rare opportunities to disconnect and remember what genuinely mattered. Jason, Kevin, and I had planned meticulously, though not extravagantly. Our destination was a remote section of Tennessee wilderness, far from designated campgrounds or hiking trails, the kind of place where cell service disappeared and modern conveniences became distant memories. The three of us had been organizing these excursions since our college days, though our responsibilities had made them increasingly infrequent. "Everything packed?" my wife asked, leaning against the doorframe as I loaded the final supplies into my weathered backpack. "I believe so," I replied, mentally checking off essentials. Just a simple overnight, tent, sleeping bag, food, and enough beer to ensure good conversation. She smiled, but I noticed the subtle concern in her eyes. "Just be careful out there. The weather forecast mentioned potential storms." I nodded reassuringly. "We'll be fine. Jason checked the radar this morning. Any precipitation should miss us by at least 50 miles. The drive to our meeting point took nearly an hour, winding through progressively narrower roads until civilization seemed to recede in my rearview mirror. Jason's truck was already parked at our designated spot, and Kevin pulled in moments after I arrived. "Ready for some proper isolation?" Jason grinned as we transferred our gear to his vehicle for the final leg of the journey. His enthusiasm was infectious, always had been since our freshman year roommate days. Kevin, characteristically more reserved, methodically checked his equipment. "Map shows the spot about 7 miles up this Forest Service road. Should be perfect. No registered campsites for at least 3 miles in any direction." The implications of that isolation hadn't yet registered as we bounced along the deteriorating dirt road, laughing and recounting stories from previous adventures. The forest grew increasingly dense around us, ancient trees blocking out significant portions of daylight and creating an enclosed corridor that seemed to swallow us whole. None of us recognized the unsettling weight of that seclusion yet. The woods watched our intrusion with patient interest as we drove deeper into their domain, unaware that we were leaving safety far behind us. The Forest Service road eventually deteriorated into little more than a rough trail, forcing Jason to navigate with extreme caution to avoid damaging his vehicle's undercarriage. Massive tree roots had erupted through the soil, creating natural obstacles that required our full attention. The thick canopy above filtered the afternoon sunlight into dappled patterns that shifted eerily across the dashboard. Should be just ahead, Kevin announced, consulting the GPS coordinates he'd marked before losing signal entirely. There's supposed to be a small clearing near a seasonal creek. When we finally reached our destination, the area appeared perfect, almost suspiciously so. A natural opening in the dense forest created a roughly circular clearing approximately 30 yards in diameter. The remnants of a fire ring indicated previous human presence, though it appeared long abandoned. Someone's been here before, I observed, kneeling to examine the old charcoal remains. But not recently. Jason shrugged, already unloading equipment from the truck. That's reassuring, actually. Means it's a good spot. Let's set up before we lose more daylight. We fell into our well-established routine. Kevin assembled the tent, Jason gathered firewood, and I unpacked our supplies and prepared the cooking area. The efficiency of long practice had us fully established within an hour. As evening approached, we concentrated on building a substantial fire. October nights in these mountains could drop to near freezing temperatures. The flames provided welcome warmth as darkness enveloped the forest. We positioned our camp chairs in a semicircle, cracked open our first beers, and settled into the comfortable familiarity of long-established friendship. Stars gradually appeared overhead, more numerous and brilliant than anything visible near the light pollution of our everyday lives. "Remember our first trip out here?" Jason asked, stoking the fire with a long branch. "Senior year, when we got completely lost because Kevin insisted he could navigate without a map?" Kevin laughed, accepting the mockery with good nature. "We were only lost for 3 hours. Besides, we found that abandoned hunter's cabin. That was worth the detour." The conversation flowed naturally, punctuated by the crackling fire and occasional distant wildlife sounds. We reminisced about previous adventures, shared updates on career developments, and avoided discussing the increasingly complicated aspects of our adult lives. The isolation felt therapeutic rather than threatening, a deliberate disconnect from responsibilities and expectations. As midnight approached, the temperature dropped significantly. We added the last substantial logs to the fire and retreated to our tent, arranging our sleeping bags in the familiar configuration. The forest had grown strangely quiet, I realized. No owls, no rustling vegetation, no scurrying nocturnal creatures. Just absolute stillness interrupted only by our own movements. "Unusually quiet tonight," I remarked as we settled in. "Always is this deep in," Jason replied through a yawn. "One of the reasons I love it out here." Within minutes, their breathing had slowed into the rhythm of sleep. I lay awake slightly longer, listening to the profound silence and watching shadowy tree branches create abstract patterns on the tent fabric. When sleep finally claimed me, it was deep and dreamless. Morning arrived with diffused gray light filtering through the tent walls. I blinked awake, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings, before remembering where we were. Jason and Kevin remained motionless in their sleeping bags, their breathing deep and regular. My watch displayed 6:17 a.m., earlier than I typically rose but normal during these outdoor excursions, when artificial light no longer dictated our schedules. The temperature had dropped considerably overnight. My breath formed visible clouds as I carefully extracted myself from my sleeping bag, trying not to disturb my companions. The fire had reduced to faintly glowing embers, barely radiating any heat. I shivered, pulling on an additional layer before unzipping the tent entrance. Outside, the forest remained wrapped in early morning stillness. A thin layer of ground fog hovered between the trees, creating an ethereal boundary between earth and air. Dew had accumulated on every surface, transforming spider webs into intricate crystal structures between branches. The beauty of it momentarily captured my attention. Nature's delicate artistry displayed without human interference. My immediate priority was restarting the fire and preparing coffee. I recalled seeing the coffee pot in Jason's truck the previous evening, so I headed toward the vehicle, my boots leaving distinct impressions in the dew-dampened earth. The truck was parked approximately 20 yards from our tent, partially obscured by a stand of young pine trees. As I approached, something about the vehicle's silhouette seemed wrong, different from how we'd left it. At first, I thought perhaps an animal had disturbed our supplies, but the modification appeared too deliberate, too intentional. Drawing closer, confusion transformed into horrified comprehension. Stretched meticulously across the hood of Jason's truck was what appeared to be an animal skin, completely flattened and displayed with unmistakable purposefulness. The fur had been methodically removed, leaving only the inner dermal layer exposed, raw, pink, and glistening with moisture. Dark crimson streaks extended down the windshield in precisely parallel lines, some still wet enough to reflect the gray morning light. I froze, unable to process what I was seeing. The skin had been positioned with careful deliberation, centered perfectly on the hood, corners aligned with the vehicle's edges. This wasn't random animal activity or a natural occurrence. This was a message, created by human hands with frightening precision. The skin itself proved difficult to identify. The proportions suggested deer, but the absence of the head and limbs, evidently removed with crude cutting implements, obscured definitive identification. What remained was approximately 4 feet in length and nearly as wide, fastidiously stretched to maximize surface area. The edges appeared jagged and irregular, suggesting hurried or inexperienced butchery. The odor registered next, a powerful, nauseating combination of raw meat, copper-scented blood, and something more troubling beneath those expected smells, a sickly sweet note of early decomposition. The stench triggered an involuntary gag reflex that I struggled to suppress. Instinctively, I scanned the surrounding forest, suddenly acutely aware of our vulnerability. The trees stood as impassive witnesses, revealing nothing. No movement caught my eye, no sound betrayed another presence, yet the undeniable evidence of human activity during the night transformed the previously benign wilderness into something immediately threatening. I needed to wake Jason and Kevin. We needed to leave. "Jason! Kevin!" I called urgently, retreating backward toward the tent while maintaining visual contact with the surrounding forest. "You need to see this." The desperation in my voice achieved the desired effect. Within seconds, the tent rustled with movement, followed by Jason's sleepy voice. "What's happening?" "Just get out here," I insisted, unwilling to articulate what I'd discovered. They emerged moments later, initially confused and irritated at the abrupt awakening. Kevin rubbed his eyes, squinting against the morning light. "What's got you so—" His words terminated abruptly as he followed my gaze to the truck. Jason emerged behind him, his expression transitioning from annoyance to shock as comprehension dawned. "What the actual—" Jason approached cautiously, as though the displayed skin might somehow animate. "Is that—" "Some kind of animal skin," I confirmed. "Deliberately placed during the night." Kevin remained frozen, his complexion visibly paling. "Someone was here while we slept." The statement hung between us, weighted with implications none of us wanted to confront. A subtle snap of a twig from somewhere within the forest perimeter accelerated our decision-making process. Without verbal agreement, we began dismantling our campsite with unprecedented efficiency. The tent collapsed haphazardly into its storage bag, cooking equipment clattered into containers without being cleaned, sleeping bags were stuffed rather than rolled. "What about that?" Kevin nodded toward the skin still adorning the truck's hood. Jason retrieved a fallen branch from nearby, using it to push the grotesque display off his vehicle. It slid reluctantly, leaving smeared trails of blood and tissue before landing on the ground with a disturbingly substantial sound. None of us looked at it directly again. Within 12 minutes, a new record for decamping, we had loaded everything into the truck. Jason started the engine, its mechanical rumble unnaturally loud in the pristine morning silence. As we pulled away, I obsessively monitored the forest behind us through the rear window, convinced I would glimpse whoever had delivered this warning. The forest revealed nothing but endless trees gradually obscured by our vehicle's dust cloud. Yet the sensation of being observed persisted with uncomfortable intensity. Anyone want to explain what just happened? Kevin finally broke the silence as we navigated the rough forest road, Jason driving with significantly more speed than prudence warranted. Someone skinned an animal and put it on the truck, Jason stated, his knuckles white from gripping the steering wheel too forcefully. While we were sleeping. But why? Kevin pressed. What's the point? A warning, I suggested, the idea materializing in my consciousness without conscious development. A message that we weren't welcome. We lapsed into uncomfortable silence after that, each processing the implications differently. The truck bounced violently over exposed roots and depressions, but nobody suggested reducing speed. Physical discomfort seemed trivial compared to the psychological unease permeating the vehicle. When we finally reached paved road approximately 40 minutes later, a collective exhalation of relief escaped us. Civilization, even in this limited form of rural infrastructure, provided illusory security. We maintained our silence for several more miles before Kevin spoke again. Should we report this? To the police or Forest Service? Jason considered this briefly. And tell them what? Someone left an animal skin on my truck? They'd ask if anything was stolen or damaged. It was a threat, I insisted. Deliberate intimidation. Maybe, Jason conceded. Or maybe just some local hunters messing with outsiders. Either way, we're not going back. We parted ways at our original meeting point with minimal conversation, transferring our gear to our respective vehicles mechanically. The unspoken agreement was clear. We would process this independently before discussing it further. I watched my friends' vehicles disappear in opposite directions, then sat motionless in my car, hands trembling slightly against the steering wheel. The rational explanation, local hunters or pranksters, failed to resolve my growing unease. Something about the meticulous positioning, the deliberate skinning, suggested purpose beyond simple intimidation. It felt personal, specific, though I couldn't articulate why. The drive home passed in a dissociative blur. Familiar landmarks registered without emotional connection as my mind continuously replayed the morning's discovery. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the gore-streaked truck hood had imprinted itself permanently in my memory, a visceral image that resisted displacement. My wife greeted me with evident surprise. "You're back early. Everything okay?" I manufactured a plausible explanation about deteriorating weather forecasts, unwilling to burden her with the actual circumstances. She accepted this without question, though her expression suggested she sensed the underlying falseness of my account. After unloading my equipment, I immediately turned my attention to my vehicle. Though no blood had touched its surface, I felt compelled to wash it thoroughly, as though contamination might have transferred merely through proximity. I directed the hose with obsessive attention to detail, watching pink-tinged water stream down the driveway until it ran clear. That evening, restlessness drove me to my computer. Initial searches for animal skin left on vehicle and hunting intimidation tactics yielded surprisingly relevant results. I discovered similar incidents documented across rural America, skinned animals left as warnings, territorial markers, or threats. Most accounts attributed these acts to territorial hunters, protectionist landowners, or local youth engaging in extreme hazing of outsiders. One forum thread particularly captured my attention. A user from eastern Kentucky described finding a perfectly skinned raccoon displayed across their tent while camping in an unmarked area. The subsequent discussion included dozens of similar accounts, spanning decades and multiple states throughout Appalachia and the deeper South. A user identifying as a former Forest Service employee offered historical context. These incidents have occurred for generations in certain remote communities. Originally intended as territorial warnings to encroaching outsiders, they evolved into regional folklore. Many perpetrators today are simply replicating behaviors they've heard about without understanding the original purpose. This rational explanation provided temporary comfort, but failed to address the disquieting precision of our experience. Territorial warnings typically involved simpler methods: slashed tires, equipment theft, verbal confrontations. The methodical skinning and careful display suggested ritualistic elements that commercial hunting practices couldn't explain. Sleep evaded me that night. Each time I approached unconsciousness, my mind projected the image of that glistening skin onto my closed eyelids. I found myself listening intently to normal house settling sounds, reinterpreting them as potential intrusions. Around 3 a.m., I relocated to the living room couch, unwilling to disturb my wife with my restlessness. Morning arrived with crushing fatigue but no resolution. I contacted Jason and Kevin individually, discovering they had experienced similar sleep disruption. We agreed to meet that evening to discuss the incident properly. The abbreviated conversation during our hasty departure had left too many aspects unaddressed. The local diner provided neutral territory, its brightly lit interior and continuous background conversation creating an environment antithetical to our unsettling experience. Kevin arrived first, the dark circles beneath his eyes mirroring my own. Jason joined shortly after, his typically animated demeanor noticeably subdued. "I've been researching," I began after we'd ordered coffee. "Apparently this isn't uncommon in remote areas. Some kind of territorial marking or warning system." Jason nodded. "I spoke with my uncle who used to hunt in those mountains. He's heard stories. Locals leaving skinned animals for people who camp where they shouldn't." "That's supposed to make us feel better?" Kevin questioned. "That someone deliberately targeted us for camping in their hunting grounds?" "Better than the alternatives," Jason replied. The unspoken alternatives hung between us, implications too disturbing to articulate directly. We maintained conversation for nearly 2 hours, analyzing every aspect of the experience without reaching satisfying conclusions. The factual elements were clear. Someone had approached our campsite during the night, deposited a freshly skinned animal carcass on Jason's truck with deliberate care, and departed without disturbing us. The motivation and identity of this individual remained entirely speculative. "I'm not going back out there," Kevin eventually stated with finality. "Not this season, maybe not ever." Neither Jason nor I contested this declaration. The violation of our perceived security had fundamentally altered our relationship with the wilderness. What had previously represented escape and freedom now carried undertones of vulnerability and threat. The following week brought no resolution, only increasing preoccupation. The incident contaminated my daily activities. Unexpected sounds triggered disproportionate startle responses, and periods of darkness induced irrational vigilance. I found myself checking window locks repeatedly before bedtime and installing additional exterior lighting around my home. My wife eventually confronted me about these behavioral changes. "Something happened on that trip that you're not telling me," she stated one evening, her tone indicating this wasn't a question. I hesitated briefly before describing the actual events. Her expression transformed from concern to alarm as I recounted discovering the skin, our hasty departure, and the subsequent research that provided limited context. "You need to report this," she insisted immediately. "That's threatening behavior." "The sheriff's department won't take it seriously," I countered. "No property damage, no explicit threat. They'll file a report and forget about it." Despite my reluctance, her insistence eventually prevailed. The following morning, I contacted the county sheriff's office with jurisdiction over the area where we'd camped. The dispatcher connected me with Deputy Wilson, who listened to my account with professional detachment. "Location?" he requested after I'd finished. I provided approximate coordinates based on our GPS records. "That's Jenkins' property," he remarked after consulting something on his end. "About 800 acres of private forest bordering state land. They allow hunting but not camping." This revelation introduced a new dimension. "We thought it was national forest land. There weren't any posting signs." "Property boundaries out there aren't always clearly marked," Deputy Wilson acknowledged. The Jenkins family has owned that land for generations. They're particular about trespassers. Particular enough to leave skinned animals as warnings? A brief silence preceded his response. I can't speak to specific tactics, sir. I'll document your report and speak with the property owners about appropriate signage. His tone conveyed clear dismissal. This wasn't a priority concern for rural law enforcement. I pressed further, asking whether similar incidents had been reported previously. Nothing officially documented, he replied carefully. But these areas have their own ways of handling outsiders. My recommendation would be to stick to designated camping areas in the future. The conversation provided minimal satisfaction, but confirmed my suspicion that such incidents weren't unprecedented. The Jenkins name offered a concrete entity responsible for the territory, though whether family members themselves had delivered the warning remained unclear. Further online research revealed scattered information about the Jenkins family, regional landowners since the early 1900s, primarily engaged in sustainable timber harvesting and licensed hunting leases. Nothing suggested particular hostility toward outsiders, though several forum posts mentioned their reputation for privacy and territorial protection. A local history website referenced the family's involvement in traditional forest management practices and preservation of regional customs, vague terminology that could encompass virtually any behavior. One archived newspaper article from 1987 described a dispute between Jenkins family representatives and state conservation officials regarding hunting practices, though specific details remained ambiguous. I located 7 additional accounts of skinned animals left as warnings throughout the region, spanning from 1975 to 2020. Most described similar circumstances: remote camping locations, no direct human contact, precisely positioned animal remains discovered in the morning. The consistency across decades suggested established practice rather than random intimidation. A message from Kevin interrupted my research. Started feeling watched at home. Installed security cameras yesterday. Am I going crazy? The message resonated uncomfortably with my own experience. Since returning, I'd frequently sensed observation without visible cause. A perception I'd attributed to anxiety rather than legitimate threat. Kevin's independent development of similar paranoia suggested something beyond coincidental stress response. Not crazy, I responded. Same here. Jason too? Called him yesterday. He's keeping a baseball bat beside his bed. The implication disturbed me profoundly. All 3 of us, rational, educated adults, had independently developed paranoid behaviors following our experience. This collective response suggested legitimate trauma rather than individual overreaction. More troubling was the underlying question: what exactly were we afraid of? Territorial hunters would have achieved their objective. We had vacated their land with no intention of returning. Any rational threat had ended with our departure. Yet something about the experience had triggered deeper instinctual responses, awakening primitive fears that modern rationality failed to dismiss. 2 weeks after the incident, unusual occurrences began accumulating around my home. Initially subtle enough to dismiss individually, their collective pattern became increasingly difficult to rationalize. Small items relocated between rooms without explanation. Exterior motion detector lights activated without visible triggers. Unexplained scratching sounds emanated from the attic space during pre-dawn hours. My wife noticed my deteriorating mental state, but attributed it to work-related stress rather than connecting it to the camping incident. Her concern manifested as increased patience rather than shared vigilance, creating an isolation that intensified my unease. I couldn't articulate why seemingly minor domestic anomalies triggered such disproportionate anxiety. Jason reported similar experiences during our increasingly frequent phone conversations. Something was in my garage last night, he confided one evening, voice lowered despite being alone in his home. Nothing taken, nothing damaged, but things moved. Tools rearranged on the workbench. Could be memory gaps, I suggested, attempting rationality I didn't genuinely feel. Stress affects cognitive function. I photographed the workbench before bed, he countered. Compared it this morning. Definite changes. Kevin maintained strategic silence regarding his situation, responding to messages with decreasing frequency. When he finally agreed to meet 3 weeks after the incident, his physical transformation shocked me. Significant weight loss, unkempt appearance, nervous mannerisms previously absent from his typically composed demeanor. The security cameras captured something, he revealed, after ensuring no other patrons could overhear our conversation. 3 nights ago, around 2 a.m., he slid his phone across the table, displaying grainy night vision footage of his rear yard. Initially showing only normal suburban landscaping, at timestamp 2:17 a.m., a shadow detached from the tree line bordering his property. The figure, unmistakably human-shaped but lacking detailed features in the low-resolution recording, stood motionless at the yard's edge for approximately 8 minutes before retreating into the darkness. Could be anyone, I suggested without conviction. Neighbor, random trespasser. Kevin retrieved his phone, expression indicating he'd anticipated my skepticism. It's happened 3 consecutive nights. Same time window, same behavior. Just watching the house. The revelation demolished my already fragile rationalization structure. Coincidental neighborhood prowlers might explain an isolated incident, but not recurring episodes targeting multiple individuals connected only by a specific shared experience. Have you reported it? And tell police what? That someone stood at the edge of my property? They'll take a report and forget it immediately. His bitterness mirrored my own experience with law enforcement's response. We need to consider what we might have encountered, I suggested carefully. Beyond territorial hunters or landowners. Don't start with conspiracy theories, Kevin warned. That's a path to legitimate psychological breakdown. Not conspiracies, I clarified. Community practices. Regional customs that outsiders aren't meant to understand. This framing resonated with information fragments I'd accumulated through research. Isolated rural communities developing independent behavioral systems outside mainstream cultural norms. Throughout Appalachia and similar regions, geographical isolation had historically enabled the preservation of practices abandoned elsewhere. Whatever's happening, I continued, it's connected to that land, to the Jenkins property. Something about our presence there triggered a response that hasn't concluded. Kevin considered this perspective, his expression suggesting reluctant acceptance of its plausibility. So what's the end game? What do they want from us? The question crystallized our fundamental uncertainty. Traditional territorial warnings achieved their objective through our immediate departure. Extended surveillance and intimidation suggested different motivation, something beyond simple boundary enforcement. Recognition, I proposed, the concept formulating as I articulated it. Acknowledgement that we understand the warning and respect the boundary. Maybe we're supposed to demonstrate that somehow. This theory aligned with anthropological patterns of territorial dispute resolution in traditional societies. Violation required not only cessation, but formal acknowledgement of transgression. Our hasty departure might have satisfied physical removal without fulfilling the cultural requirement for proper acknowledgement. So what? We send an apology letter to a family we've never met for camping on unmarked private property? Kevin's skepticism contained undercurrents of desperate hope for simple resolution. Maybe something more direct, I suggested. Return to the boundary, not the actual property, and leave some form of acknowledgement. Traditional cultures often use symbolic exchanges to resolve territorial violations. The proposal contained obvious risks, but offered potential resolution that avoidance strategies had failed to provide. Kevin's expression registered intense conflict between rational rejection and desperate willingness to try anything that might end the psychological siege. I'll talk to Jason, I assured him. We'll approach this methodically. Kevin nodded without verbal agreement, but his posture reflected marginal relaxation, the first reduction in visible tension I'd observed since our meeting began. Whether my theory held validity remained uncertain, but the prospect of proactive response offered psychological benefit, independent of actual efficacy. As we parted ways, Kevin gripped my shoulder with unexpected intensity. Whatever we decide, we stay together on this. No individual heroics. The instruction struck me as uncharacteristically dramatic for his typically reserved personality, yet perfectly aligned with our altered reality. The unspoken understanding between us acknowledged that conventional behavioral norms no longer applied to our situation. We had crossed an invisible boundary and entered territory governed by different rules. Rules we were struggling to decipher before consequences escalated beyond psychological intimidation. The solution crystallized from necessity rather than inspiration. After extensive consultation, Jason, Kevin, and I developed a response plan balancing rational skepticism with acknowledgement of inexplicable experiences. We would return to the general area, maintaining safe distance from the actual Jenkins property, and perform a symbolic acknowledgement of territorial violation and subsequent withdrawal. Research into traditional Appalachian customs provided limited guidance but suggested the importance of reciprocal exchange, a token or offering representing recognition of established boundaries. The specific form mattered less than the deliberate ritual acknowledgement of transgression and commitment to future avoidance. We selected a neutral location approximately 1 mile from our original campsite, close enough to connect with the territory in question while remaining on clearly marked public land. The date, exactly 1 month after our initial experience, carried no specific significance beyond providing adequate preparation time. "This feels ridiculous," Jason commented as we assembled at the Forest Service trailhead on the appointed morning. Despite his verbal skepticism, his participation confirmed shared desperation for resolution. "Probably is," I acknowledged. "But conventional approaches haven't worked. Sometimes addressing irrational experiences requires stepping outside rational frameworks." Kevin remained silent, his attention directed toward the forest rather than our conversation. His security footage had captured additional nighttime observations during intervening weeks, establishing patterns that defied coincidental explanation. The psychological toll manifested in his physical appearance: significant weight loss, persistent insomnia indicators, hypervigilant posture. Our preparation included documentation of property boundaries to ensure we remained on public land throughout the process. The symbolic offering, a small wooden container containing salt, coins, and locally sourced tobacco, represented traditional elements from regional folklore regarding territorial acknowledgement. The forest presented entirely different characteristics in daylight compared to our memory of pre-dawn discovery. Sunlight penetrated the canopy in distinct shafts, creating illuminated pathways through otherwise shadowed understory. Wildlife sounds, bird calls, rustling vegetation, distant movement, created continuous audio texture that emphasized the previous unnatural silence we'd experienced. We hiked approximately 15 minutes to our designated location, a small clearing beside the official trail where Forest Service boundary markers clearly designated public land. The proximity to Jenkins' property remained tangible despite legal separation, an awareness heightened by our previous experience. "This feels as far as we should go," I suggested, receiving immediate agreement from my companions. The ritual itself manifested as deliberately simplified ceremony, placement of our offering container at the clearing's edge facing Jenkins' property, followed by verbal acknowledgement of boundary violation and commitment to future respect. The specific wording emerged spontaneously, emphasizing genuine regret for unintentional trespass rather than theatrical performance. "We acknowledge crossing boundaries without permission," I stated toward the forest beyond the clearing. "We recognize this territory belongs to others and commit to respecting those boundaries henceforth." Jason and Kevin added brief personal statements of similar sentiment. The process required less than 10 minutes total. Brief enough to seem insufficient, yet significant enough to establish deliberate intent. Whether anyone witnessed our performance remained unknown, though the sensation of observation persisted throughout. "That's it?" Jason questioned as we concluded. "We're just assuming this resolves whatever's happening?" "We're acknowledging the possibility that our experience connects to territorial customs we don't fully understand," I clarified. "Whether this specific response addresses those customs correctly remains uncertain." Kevin scanned the surrounding forest with evident apprehension. Something feels different. Not resolved, but acknowledged. His observation resonated with my own perception, an intangible shift in atmospheric pressure that defied rational explanation, but registered on some primitive awareness level. The forest retained its fundamental character, but somehow conveyed different energy toward our presence, assessment rather than hostility. We departed without further ceremony, maintaining silent vigilance during our return hike. The sensation of observation persisted, though its quality had transformed from malevolent surveillance to neutral documentation. Whether this perception reflected actual external change or psychological projection remained indeterminable. The subsequent weeks brought gradual reduction in unexplained occurrences. Kevin reported no further night visitors captured on security footage. Jason's domestic anomalies ceased entirely. My own hypervigilance diminished incrementally, eventually returning to normal awareness patterns without conscious effort. We maintained regular communication throughout this period, documenting changes with scientific detachment that belied our emotional investment in resolution. By the 6th week following our acknowledgement ceremony, all 3 of us reported returning to normal sleep patterns and significantly reduced anxiety levels. So was it real or mass psychosis? Jason questioned during our final formal discussion of the experience. Both possibilities feature equally implausible elements, I replied. Either multiple independent observers experienced identical hallucinations, or traditional territorial practices include elements mainstream culture can't incorporate into its belief systems. Kevin, whose recovery had progressed most dramatically, offered pragmatic perspective. The observable reality is that something placed a skinned animal on Jason's truck while we slept. Everything after that involved our interpretation of that event, whether driven by external forces or internal psychology, ultimately makes little practical difference. This conclusion, while unsatisfying from purely rational perspective, provided functional resolution that allowed reintegration into normal life patterns. We achieved consensus that regardless of ultimate explanation, the experience warranted respect rather than dismissal, an encounter with forces beyond conventional understanding that demanded appropriate acknowledgement. I sometimes wake from dreams featuring that glistening skin displayed across metal, perfectly centered and deliberately positioned. The image retains its emotional impact despite temporal distance, triggering momentary disorientation before rational context reasserts itself. These episodes have diminished in frequency but persist as permanent psychological imprints, reminders of boundaries crossed and lessons painfully acquired. We haven't returned to those woods, nor do we intend to. Some territories remain better respectfully avoided, their boundaries acknowledged without challenge. The wilderness contains more than physical danger. It preserves ancient understanding that modern perspective has forgotten rather than transcended. Sometimes warnings deserve heeding without demanding explanation, and some messages communicate across cultural boundaries that rational discourse cannot bridge. The forest remembers what civilization has forgotten. Those who dwell at the boundaries between these worlds maintain traditions that protect separation necessary for both to survive. We crossed that boundary unknowingly and received appropriate response, a message delivered in primal language that even modern minds could not misinterpret. That knowledge remains our most valuable souvenir from an expedition that taught us wilderness extends beyond physical territory into realms of understanding where different rules apply. Some boundaries exist for valid reasons, and proper respect acknowledges not only their existence, but the wisdom behind their establishment. When I was a young adult, my parents bought a beautiful cabin where they ended up spending every summer. From mid-spring to late fall, they would stay at this cabin, returning home only for the winter, since the cabin wasn't winterized. Their cabin is located in New Hampshire, on a road that borders Crystal Lake. Being big fans of horror, my wife and I always joked about the lake's eerie name, though we never imagined how prophetic that observation would prove to be. At 37 years old, I have what most would consider a wonderful life. My beautiful wife of 14 years, and our 5 children. However, years ago, something happened that fundamentally changed how I view the world around us. For context, I follow a Satanist philosophy. No, we don't engage in the ritualistic nonsense you see in horror movies. I love my family deeply, enjoy scary films, I'm an avid gamer, and I've always believed in things that exist beyond our normal understanding, the paranormal, unexplained phenomena, creatures that science hasn't yet catalogued. The cabin itself sits on roughly 3 acres, surrounded by dense New Hampshire forest that stretches for miles in every direction. Built in the 1970s, it's a modest 2-bedroom structure with knotty pine walls and large windows that offer stunning views of the lake during the day. But at night, those same windows become dark portals that seem to invite whatever lurks in the shadows to peer inside. The nearest neighbor is nearly a mile away, accessible only by a winding dirt road that becomes treacherous after rain. My parents chose this location specifically for its isolation, wanting a retreat from the chaos of modern life. They never mentioned any strange occurrences, never hinted at anything unusual about the property. In retrospect, I wonder if they simply didn't notice, or perhaps they chose not to acknowledge what was already there, waiting. Though I've experienced minor paranormal events throughout my life, doors opening on their own, unexplained sounds, objects moving when no one was near them, nothing substantial ever happened to me until that incident at the cabin. These earlier experiences were easily dismissed, explained away by logical reasoning or simply ignored. A draft could open a door. Old houses make settling noises. Memory can play tricks when you're tired. But looking back now, I recognize a pattern. These incidents always occurred in remote locations, places where civilization thinned and the natural world pressed closer. The cabin represented the perfect storm of isolation, history, and something else. Something I couldn't name then but can feel now, like a constant weight pressing against my consciousness. Occasionally, my wife and I would arrange with my parents to stay at the cabin while they returned to their primary residence. This arrangement worked well for everyone. My parents could handle business at home, and we could enjoy a peaceful retreat. The cabin is close enough to my workplace that I don't need to schedule time off, making these extended stays practical rather than burdensome. These visits were always memorable for their tranquility and natural beauty. We'd spend days hiking the surrounding trails, teaching our children to identify different bird calls and tree species. Evenings were for board games by the fireplace and early bedtimes that came naturally with the absence of city distractions. I thought I understood what made the cabin special. I was wrong. The last time this arrangement happened, we had only 2 children. My son was around 9 or 10, and my daughter was around 4 or 5. Both were at ages where their imaginations ran wild, where the line between reality and fantasy blurred in ways that adults often envy. They loved the cabin as much as we did, though for different reasons. To them it was a magical place where they could explore endless forests and swim in the crystal-clear lake. We packed up our car with enough supplies for a week-long stay, and made the 3-hour drive north. The autumn air was crisp, carrying the scent of dying leaves and wood smoke from distant chimneys. As we pulled into the gravel driveway, I felt the familiar sense of peace that always accompanied our arrivals. The cabin looked exactly as it always had, welcoming, safe, a perfect refuge from the world's complications. That first night we established our usual routines. The children claimed their beds in the guest room, arguing playfully over who got which window view. My wife and I settled into the master bedroom, whose windows faced the forest rather than the lake. We'd always preferred this view, finding something soothing about the way moonlight filtered through the tree branches, creating shifting patterns on the bedroom walls. Everything seemed perfect, normal, exactly as it should be. The children fell asleep easily, exhausted from the drive and the excitement of being back at their favorite place. My wife and I stayed up later, reading by lamplight and enjoying the profound silence that only true wilderness can provide. We had no idea that we were being observed, studied, perhaps even selected. The first few days passed without incident, filled with the simple pleasures that made these cabin stays so precious to our family. We hiked familiar trails, collected interesting rocks and leaves, and spent hours on the lake in the small rowboat my parents kept tied to their dock. My children's laughter echoed across the water, a sound so pure and joyful that it seemed to sanctify the entire landscape. But as the week progressed, I began to notice subtle changes in the atmosphere around the cabin. Animals that had always been abundant, squirrels, chipmunks, various songbirds, seemed to disappear. The forest, which had always hummed with life, grew increasingly quiet during daylight hours. At night, the silence became so complete it felt oppressive. as if something had frightened away every living creature for miles. My wife noticed it too, though we didn't discuss it until much later. Instead, we made silent adjustments to our routines. We stayed closer to the cabin during our walks. We brought the children inside earlier each evening. We found ourselves glancing toward the tree line more frequently, though neither of us could explain what we expected to see. The children, with their uncanny ability to sense adult anxiety, began asking questions we couldn't answer. Why were there no animals around anymore? Why did the forest seem so quiet? Why did we keep looking toward the trees? We gave them reassuring non-answers, but I could see in their eyes that they weren't convinced. Children know when adults are frightened, even when those adults refuse to acknowledge their fear. Probably around midweek, we had just finished dinner and were getting the kids ready for bed, a task that's always easier said than done with young children. The evening routine had become more important than ever, a way to impose structure and normalcy on what increasingly felt like an abnormal situation. We were trying to maintain the illusion that everything was fine, that our unease was merely imagination. My daughter was her usual spirited self, and we were struggling to get her to settle down for the night. She'd discovered that the guest room's hardwood floors were perfect for sliding in stocking feet, and she kept escaping from bed to demonstrate this newfound skill. Her giggles filled the cabin, a delightful sound that should have brought joy but instead seemed to echo too loudly in the unnatural silence outside. The cabin has 2 bedrooms, and we were in the master when the incident occurred. The kids were supposed to be in the guest room, which has 2 beds positioned near large windows that offer views of both the lake and the forest. These windows had always been one of the room's best features, providing natural light during the day and stunning views of stars at night. We always left them open during our stays, enjoying the fresh mountain air and the gentle sounds of nature. That night, those same windows would become something else entirely. Portals through which terror could reach into our supposed sanctuary and shatter our sense of security forever. My son was in the kitchen getting a drink of water, a typical stalling tactic that we usually indulged because staying hydrated was important, especially in the dry mountain air. My daughter had just scampered away from me, giggling uncontrollably as I tried once again to tuck her into bed. Her energy seemed inexhaustible, fueled by the excitement of being at the cabin and the natural restlessness that comes with disrupted routines. The windows in the guest room were open, letting in the cooling evening air that carried the scent of pine needles and the distant smell of wood smoke from someone's fireplace. It was a perfect autumn night, crisp and clear, with stars beginning to emerge in the darkening sky. Everything felt normal, even peaceful, despite our growing unease over the past few days. Then suddenly, I heard my daughter's voice say, "Daddy," but it came from outside the window. The sound froze me in place. The voice was unmistakably hers. Same pitch, same inflection, same slight lisp that made her pronunciation of certain words so endearing. But there was something fundamentally wrong with it. The voice sounded distorted and electronic, as if it had come from a small speaker rather than from my daughter's throat. It carried an artificial quality that made my skin crawl, like a recording that had been played back through damaged equipment. Instantly, my body grew cold with a terror I'd never experienced before. This wasn't the manageable fear you feel during a scary movie, or the brief startle of an unexpected noise. This was something primal, a recognition at the cellular level that I was confronting something that shouldn't exist, something that violated the basic rules of reality I'd always taken for granted. The backyard outside those windows extends about 15 feet before turning into a wooded area, dense forest that stretches for miles without interruption. There was absolutely no way my daughter could have reached that spot outside in the brief time since she'd scampered away from me. The logistics were impossible. She would have had to leave the room, navigate through the cabin, exit through the front or back door, and circle around to the back of the building, all while I was standing in the very room where I'd just seen her. More disturbing than the impossibility was the implications. Someone or something in those woods had heard my daughter's voice and was capable of reproducing it with unnerving accuracy. The electronic distortion suggested technology, but what kind of person would use such equipment to terrorize a family? And why would they choose to imitate a child's voice? The possibilities that flooded my mind were uniformly horrifying. I rushed out of the bedroom, my heart hammering against my ribs as I moved as quickly as I could without alarming my family. I found my wife and children in the kitchen exactly where they should be. My son finishing his water, my daughter still giggling about her bedtime antics, completely unaware that her voice had just called to me from the darkness outside our temporary home. Seeing them safe should have provided relief, but instead, it intensified my terror. If my daughter was here, safe in the kitchen, Then what had called my name from the forest? What was still out there, watching us, studying us, learning our voices and our routines? The questions multiplied in my mind like a virus, each one spawning new fears and darker possibilities. The night proceeded without further incident, but tension had replaced tranquility. Every sound from outside, the rustle of wind through leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the creak of tree branches, made me freeze and listen intently. I found myself checking and rechecking the locks on doors and windows, despite knowing that locks would provide little protection against whatever had demonstrated the ability to perfectly mimic my daughter's voice. I didn't share the experience with my wife until we were back home, safe in our own house, surrounded by neighbors and streetlights and all the comforting signs of civilization. When I finally told her what had happened, she grew as concerned as I was. She admitted that she'd felt increasingly uneasy during those last few days at the cabin, sensing that something was watching our family from the forest surrounding the property. We discussed possible explanations, each one more unsettling than the last. Could it have been another person, someone with sophisticated audio equipment and malicious intentions? Could it have been some kind of natural phenomenon we didn't understand? Could our isolation have made us more susceptible to auditory hallucinations? None of these theories felt adequate to explain what I'd experienced. Life has since moved on in ways that feel almost surreal given what happened that night. We've had 3 more children and are thriving in our careers. We've even bought a house, a beautiful home in a suburban neighborhood where we know our neighbors and where strange sounds in the night can be easily explained. It's been years since we visited that cabin with just our immediate family, though we still attend family gatherings there occasionally. When we do return for these events, everything seems normal on the surface. My parents show no signs of having experienced anything unusual. Other family members comment on the cabin's beauty and peaceful atmosphere. Children play in the same guest room where I heard that impossible voice, sleeping soundly through nights that no longer seem to hold terror for anyone but me. However, the memory of that voice still haunts me with an intensity that hasn't diminished over time. Even now, years later, it sends the same icy shock of recognition through my system. I've learned to be wary of what exists in the spaces between our understanding and the natural world. The forest around that cabin taught me that there are things that lurk just beyond our perception. Things that watch and learn and sometimes reveal themselves in ways that fundamentally change how we see reality. You never know what might be waiting in the darkness. Studying your family, learning your voices, preparing for reasons we may never understand. The wilderness keeps its secrets, but sometimes those secrets decide to make themselves known. And when they do, the comfortable assumptions that govern our daily lives crumble like dried leaves beneath unseen feet, leaving us to wonder what else might be watching from shadows we've always taken for granted. It was mid to late August 2016 when we finalized the purchase of what I believed would be our sanctuary, a 1.5-story log cabin nestled against the imposing darkness of the Ouachita National Forest. The property stretched across 15 densely wooded acres, punctuated by 2 murky ponds that reflected the canopy above like black mirrors, and bisected by a wet weather creek that gurgled with an almost whispered warning. The drive to view the property had been mesmerizing in the most unsettling way. Winding mountain highways carved through an endless expanse of trees, their branches so thick they blocked out most of the afternoon sun, casting everything in a perpetual twilight. What struck me as beautiful then, that rolling ocean of green stretching to every horizon, would later feel like a suffocating blanket hiding unknown terrors. The roads had no shoulders, just sheer drops into rocky ravines where twisted trees grew from impossible angles, their roots clutching at stone like desperate fingers. The air did feel different here. Thinner somehow, as if the forest itself was breathing differently than the civilized world we'd left behind. There was an ancient quality to the silence between the sounds of our car engine, a silence that seemed to listen and wait. My 8-year-old son, Tommy, had been excited during the drive, pressing his face against the window and pointing out every deer and bird he spotted. His enthusiasm was infectious then, but now I wonder if children can sense things that adults have learned to ignore. He grew quieter as we drove deeper into the mountains, eventually falling asleep with his head pressed against the cool glass. When we signed the papers and received the keys, I felt a surge of pride and accomplishment. This was our fresh start, our escape from suburban monotony. The real estate agent, a weathered local woman named Mrs. Henderson, had given us a peculiar look when we mentioned we'd be moving in immediately. "You folks might want to wait until morning," she'd said, glancing at the lengthening shadows. "These mountains can be unsettling to newcomers at night." I dismissed her concern with a laugh, attributing it to small-town superstition. Now as I write this, her words echo with prophetic weight. After signing the papers, Tommy and I immediately began the process of moving our belongings from the truck to the cabin. The structure itself was beautiful in daylight. Solid logs chinked with white mortar, a wraparound porch that creaked pleasantly under our feet, and large windows that promised spectacular views of our new domain. The interior smelled of pine and old wood, with the faint mustiness that comes with a house that had stood empty for months. The living room dominated the ground floor, with a stone fireplace that looked capable of heating the entire space. Upstairs, the master bedroom overlooked the back of the property, where the forest pressed close enough that branches scraped against the windows when the wind picked up. What I'd seen as quaint during the daylight viewing now seemed ominous as evening approached. We'd arranged for my father to join us the following day, so that first night would be just Tommy and me breaking in our new home. I'd brought an air mattress for the master bedroom, and left the old owner's furniture, including a massive quilted hammock in the living room, in place until we could arrange our own. As darkness crept across the property, the forest transformed. What had been welcoming green spaces between trees became impenetrable black voids. The cheerful babbling of the creek took on a more urgent tone, and the settling sounds of the old cabin seemed to echo longer than they should have. Every window became a potential portal for unseen eyes to peer in, and I found myself unconsciously checking the locks more frequently than necessary. Tommy seemed oblivious to my growing unease, exploring every corner of the cabin with the fearless curiosity of childhood. He claimed the smaller upstairs room as his future bedroom, though for that first night, he'd be sharing the master bedroom with me on the air mattress. "Dad," he said as we prepared for bed, "why is it so quiet here?" His question struck me as odd. It wasn't quiet at all. The forest was alive with sounds. Insects chirped and buzzed. Leaves rustled constantly, and somewhere in the distance an owl called mournfully. But I understood what he meant. It was the absence of human sounds. No traffic, no neighbors' televisions, no distant sirens or airplanes. Just the organic symphony of the wilderness, which somehow felt more threatening than comforting as night fell completely. We hadn't been lying on the air mattress for more than 20 minutes when the first unusual sound reached us through the bedroom windows. It wasn't the expected hooting of an owl, or the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. This was something else entirely, a deep resonant woot sound that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. The vocalizations came in sets of 3, each one distinct and purposeful. They had an almost conversational quality, as if different entities were responding to each other across the darkness. The sounds were too loud and too deep to be any bird I knew, and they carried an intelligence that made the hair on my arms stand up. Tommy stirred beside me but didn't wake, his breathing still steady and peaceful. I lay perfectly still, straining to identify the source of these calls. They seemed to circle the property, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, but always maintaining that eerie pattern of 3. Between the vocalizations, I began to notice other sounds, subtle at first, but growing more distinct as my ears adjusted to the forest's rhythm. A soft pattering began against the sliding glass doors that led to the back deck. At first, I assumed it was insects drawn to whatever light filtered through the curtains, but the sound was too irregular, too forceful. I eased out of bed, careful not to wake Tommy, and crept to the window. Peering through a gap in the curtains, I could barely make out the deck in the faint starlight. Small objects were striking the glass and bouncing off. Not insects, but twigs, pebbles, and what looked like acorns. They seemed to be coming from the tree line, thrown with enough force to make audible impacts against the sturdy glass doors. The throwing continued for several minutes, not random, but purposeful, as if testing the barriers of our shelter. I found myself counting the impacts, noting how they seemed to come in patterns. 3 hits, pause, 3 more hits, pause, the same pattern as the vocal calls. My rational mind searched for explanations. Perhaps squirrels were dropping nuts from the trees above the deck. Maybe the wind was picking up small debris and hurling it against the cabin. But even as I formed these thoughts, I knew they were inadequate. The timing was too precise, the pattern too deliberate. Then came the sounds from the forest itself. Heavy footsteps that made no attempt at stealth. The sharp crack of substantial branches breaking under significant weight. And the rustle of leaves being disturbed by something much larger than any deer or bear I'd ever encountered. These weren't the careful movements of wildlife trying to avoid detection. These were the sounds of something moving through the forest with confidence and purpose. Something that had no fear of being heard. The sounds from the forest grew progressively bolder and more aggressive. What had started as mysterious calls and thrown debris escalated into something that felt distinctly hostile. The heavy footsteps were now accompanied by what sounded like massive stones being hurled against trees or pounded into the ground with tremendous force. Each impact sent a vibration through the forest floor that I could feel even through the cabin's foundation. Then came the knocking. This wasn't the random percussion of woodpeckers, or the settling of old wood. This was the unmistakable sound of wood striking wood with deliberate rhythm and tremendous force. The impacts were so powerful, they seemed to shake the trees themselves, sending echoes rolling across the property like thunder. 3 knocks, pause. 3 more knocks, pause. The pattern was becoming disturbingly familiar. I found myself thinking of every horror story I'd ever dismissed. Every campfire tale I'd laughed off as superstition. The knocking continued, sometimes from different directions, as if multiple entities were communicating across the darkness using the trees as drums. The sound was primal and purposeful, carrying an unmistakable message. We were not alone, and our presence had been noted. Around 11:30 m, the sky opened up with a torrential downpour that hammered against the cabin's roof like artillery fire. The rain was so intense it drowned out all other sounds, creating a wall of white noise that was almost comforting after the unnerving symphony from the forest. I hoped desperately that whatever was out there would seek shelter and leave us in peace. But my relief was short-lived. As the rain began to subside, the sounds resumed with renewed intensity. The knocking was closer now, coming from the trees directly behind the cabin, just beyond the back deck. Something was moving through the storm-soaked forest with apparent ease, undeterred by the weather that had sent every other creature seeking shelter. The footsteps were different now, heavier, more purposeful, accompanied by the sound of large branches being snapped like twigs. Whatever was making these sounds was demonstrating a strength that went far beyond any animal I could imagine. The very earth seemed to tremble with each footfall. Then came the moment that shattered my last hope of rational explanation. A tremendous impact struck the cabin wall directly below our bedroom, so forceful that the entire structure shuddered and groaned. The sound was like a boulder being hurled against the logs, or an enormous fist pounding against the walls with rage. The force was so great that pictures rattled on the walls and the air mattress bounced beneath us. Tommy jolted awake with a cry of terror, his eyes wide and searching in the darkness. "What was that?" he whispered, his voice small and frightened. I could hear the tremor in his words, could feel his small body shaking beside me. My protective instincts kicked in, overriding my own fear. I scooped him up and carried him quickly to the smaller upstairs room. The office space that felt somehow safer simply because it didn't have the large sliding glass doors that suddenly seemed so vulnerable. The regular bedroom windows seemed like a fortress compared to those expansive glass panels that offered such an unobstructed view into our temporary refuge. My hands shook as I fumbled for the light switches, flooding the exterior of the cabin with harsh artificial illumination. The front porch light, back deck light, and every outdoor fixture I could control blazed to life, pushing back the darkness that had concealed our tormentors. The sudden shift from pitch black to glaring brightness felt like donning armor. Tommy huddled close to me in the office, his eyes wide with questions I couldn't answer. The fear in his young face broke my heart, but it also fueled a protective anger that overcame my terror. Whatever was out there threatening my son would face the full fury of a father's wrath. I moved to the office window, the one that overlooked the front of the property, and cranked it open just wide enough to project my voice. The night air that rushed in was surprisingly cool, and carried scents of wet earth, pine needles, and something else, something musky and wild that I couldn't identify. "Leave us alone," I shouted into the darkness beyond the light's reach. My voice echoed off the trees and seemed to be swallowed by the forest. "We're trying to sleep." The words felt inadequate, almost absurdly civilized given the circumstances, but they represented my desperate attempt to establish some form of communication with whatever intelligence lurked in the shadows. For several long minutes, the forest fell into complete silence. Even the normal night sounds, the insects and small animals, seemed to have been shocked into stillness by my outburst. It was as if the entire wilderness was holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Tommy pressed against my side, whispering, "Dad, what's out there?" I couldn't bring myself to voice the thoughts racing through my mind. How could I tell my 8-year-old son that I suspected we were dealing with something that challenged everything I thought I knew about the natural world? How could I explain that the stories I'd always dismissed as folklore might be rooted in terrifying reality? The silence stretched on, broken only by the steady drip of water from the rain-soaked trees. I began to hope that whatever had been harassing us had finally withdrawn, driven back by the lights and my vocal challenge. Perhaps confrontation was the key. Perhaps these entities, whatever they were, respected bold resistance. But that hope was premature. Around 4:30 a.m., just as I was beginning to relax, the sounds resumed with a vengeance. The tree knocking was more aggressive than before, closer to the cabin, and accompanied by what sounded like enormous branches being torn from their trunks and hurled to the ground. The message was clear. Our defiance had not gone unnoticed, and it had not been appreciated. My father's voice drifted up from downstairs, groggy and confused. The hammock creaked as he struggled to consciousness, awakened by the latest round of forest percussion. His presence was both a comfort and a concern. Comfort because I was no longer the only adult witness to these events, but concern because now there was another person to protect. "What in God's name is going on up there?" he called, his voice thick with sleep but tinged with growing alarm as the sounds from outside registered fully in his awakening mind. The first light of dawn crept through the office windows like a cautious animal, revealing a world transformed by the night's events. What had been familiar and welcoming in daylight now seemed alien and potentially hostile. The trees that had provided such beautiful scenery now loomed like watchtowers, their branches reaching toward the cabin like grasping fingers. My father appeared in the doorway, his gray hair disheveled and his face creased with concern and confusion. "Son, what happened here last night?" he asked, taking in the sight of Tommy and me huddled together in the small office, both of us exhausted and wide-eyed from our sleepless vigil. I explained everything as best I could. The calls, the thrown objects, the tree knocking, and especially the tremendous impact against the cabin wall. Dad listened with the patient attention he'd always given to my childhood stories, but I could see the skepticism growing in his eyes. In the growing daylight, my account sounded fantastical even to me. "Well," he said finally, "let's go have a look around. If something was out there making all that noise, there ought to be some evidence." Tommy wanted to come with us, but I insisted he stay inside where it was safe. The boy had been through enough for one night. Dad and I armed ourselves with flashlights, though the dawn light was growing stronger by the minute, and stepped out onto the wraparound porch. The morning air was crisp and clean, washed fresh by the previous night's rain. Birds were beginning their dawn chorus, and somewhere in the distance, a rooster crowed from a neighboring property. The normalcy of these sounds felt almost surreal after the night we'd endured. We began our investigation methodically, walking the perimeter of the cabin and examining the ground for signs of disturbance. I was surprised by how little obvious evidence we found initially. The forest floor was carpeted with fallen leaves that had been further scattered by the rain, making it difficult to identify specific tracks or impressions. Dad moved with the careful attention of someone who'd spent years hunting and tracking. He examined broken branches, studied scuff marks on trees, and knelt frequently to inspect areas of disturbed earth. His hunting experience gave him an eye for details that I would never have noticed. Near the back of the cabin, where the most aggressive knocking had originated, we found our first clear evidence. A substantial oak tree, easily 8 inches in diameter, showed fresh damage to its trunk. The bark was stripped away in irregular patches, revealing the pale wood beneath, and there were deep gouges that looked like they'd been made by something with tremendous strength and sharp implements. "This is fresh," Dad muttered, running his fingers along the damaged bark. "Something did this last night." He looked up at the tree's canopy, noting several large branches that appeared to have been twisted and broken. Whatever did this had to be incredibly strong. I've never seen damage like this from any animal I know, but it was Dad who made the discovery that would haunt us both for years to come. Near the stone walkway that led to our covered porch, Dad called out in a voice tight with shock, "Son, you need to come see this." I hurried over to where he was kneeling beside the path, brushing wet leaves away from what appeared to be impressions in the soft earth. The rain had turned the soil into perfect casting material, preserving details with startling clarity. What he'd uncovered made my stomach clench with a mixture of vindication and terror. 3 large footprints were pressed deep into the mud, each one clearly defined despite the night's downpour. They were unmistakably humanoid, but far larger than any human foot should be, easily 17 inches long and proportionally wide. The depth of the impression suggested incredible weight, far beyond what any normal person could produce. But it was the details that made these prints truly unsettling. The toes were clearly defined, showing no sign of claws or the thick pads of a bear's paw. These were feet, recognizably human in structure but impossibly large. The big toe was positioned like a human thumb, and there were clear impression marks from the heel and arch that spoke of bipedal locomotion. "Jesus," Dad whispered, then caught himself. "I mean, dear God, look at the size of these things." Beside the massive footprints partially obscured by a fallen branch was something even more disturbing, a handprint pressed into the soft earth near the edge of the walkway. This print was smaller, more proportional to what might be expected from a juvenile, but it showed the same impossible characteristics. The fingers were long and clearly defined, with what appeared to be an opposable thumb, but the palm was far too large for any human child. Dad stood slowly, his face pale in the growing daylight. "I've been hunting these mountains for 30 years, he said quietly. "I've seen bear tracks, deer tracks, every kind of animal print you can imagine. These aren't from any animal I know." We followed the tracks as far as we could, noting how they approached the cabin from multiple directions. The prints suggested that at least 3 large entities had been moving around our property during the night, apparently observing us, testing our defenses, and ultimately challenging our presence. The stone walkway itself showed signs of having been examined closely. Several of the larger stones had been moved slightly, as if something had been testing their weight and stability. Muddy fingerprint-like marks on some of the stones suggested that whatever had made the tracks possessed not just incredible size and strength, but also a curious intelligence. "Dad," I said quietly, staring down at the evidence before us, "what do you think we're dealing with here?" He was quiet for a long moment, studying the prints and the damaged tree, before answering with characteristic honesty. "Son, yesterday I would have said black bear without hesitation. Bears can rear up on their hind legs. They're strong enough to damage trees, and they can be territorial about new residents in their area." He paused, kneeling again to examine the largest footprint more closely. "But bears don't make prints like these, and they don't organize coordinated harassment campaigns against human dwellings. Whatever made these tracks was intelligent, organized, and..." He trailed off, unwilling to voice the conclusion that was becoming increasingly unavoidable. As we stood there in the growing daylight, surrounded by evidence of our nocturnal visitors, I found myself reassessing everything I thought I knew about the world. The skeptical, rational part of my mind still searched for conventional explanations, elaborate hoaxes, misidentified animals, some combination of natural phenomena that could account for what we'd experienced. But the evidence was undeniable. The massive footprints, the damaged tree, the coordinated nature of the harassment, and most convincingly, the memory of that tremendous impact against the cabin wall that had shaken the entire structure. No conventional explanation could account for all of these elements. Tommy appeared at the cabin's back door, having grown tired of waiting inside. His young eyes immediately fixed on the footprints, and his face went pale. "Dad, what made those?" I looked at my father, searching for guidance. How do you explain to a child that the monsters from bedtime stories might be real? How do you balance honesty with the need to provide comfort and security? Dad knelt down to Tommy's level, his weathered hands gentle on the boy's shoulders. "Son, it looks like we've moved into a neighborhood that already has some pretty big residents. We're going to have to learn how to be good neighbors." It was a diplomatic answer that acknowledged the reality without adding to the child's fears. Tommy studied the prints with the fearless curiosity of youth, asking practical questions about size and depth that helped normalize what we were seeing. As the morning progressed and we completed our examination of the property, several things became clear. First, whatever had visited us during the night possessed intelligence and organization that went far beyond simple animal behavior. The coordinated timing of the calls, the systematic testing of our defenses, and the escalating nature of the harassment all suggested planning and purpose. Second, these entities were not merely passing through our property but seemed to consider it part of their established territory. The thorough nature of their investigation, the multiple approach routes evidenced by the tracks, and the bold proximity of their activities all suggested familiarity with the area. Most unsettling of all was the realization that our arrival had clearly been observed and evaluated. The sequence of events from the initial calls that seemed to announce our presence, to the testing phase with thrown objects, to the aggressive tree knocking and finally the direct assault on the cabin itself, felt like a deliberate escalation designed to gauge our reactions and determine our threat level. Looking back now, I believe that first night was our introduction to a community we didn't know existed. The initial calls might indeed have been announcements or even greetings, attempts at communication by intelligences that operated by rules we couldn't understand. Our fear and defensiveness, culminating in my shouted challenge from the window, may have been interpreted as hostility. The damage to the tree and the bold approach to our cabin represented a clear message in return. We were outnumbered, outmatched, and under observation. The cessation of activities after my vocal confrontation suggested not retreat but rather a decision that enough had been communicated for one evening. Standing there in the August morning light, studying the evidence of our encounter, I realized that moving to this beautiful, isolated property had involved more than just a change of address. We had relocated to a frontier where the boundaries between the known and unknown were fluid, where ancient intelligences might still roam the deep forests, and where the price of our mountain paradise might be an acknowledgement that we were no longer alone. As I write this account, months after that first terrifying night, I find myself wondering about the true nature of our neighbors in the Ouachita Mountains. Were they the creatures of legend and folklore, beings that had learned to remain hidden while humanity spread across their ancient territories? Were we dealing with an unknown species that had developed intelligence and social organization beyond our current understanding? The questions remain unanswered, but the evidence remains undeniable. In the deep forests of Arkansas, something watches and waits, something intelligent enough to organize, strong enough to damage trees and shake buildings, and bold enough to approach human dwellings under cover of darkness. We still live in the cabin, though we've made certain modifications to our security and have learned to show proper respect for our unseen neighbors. The encounters continue occasionally, but they've taken on a different character, less aggressive, more observational. Perhaps we've reached an understanding of sorts, an acknowledgement of mutual territory and cautious coexistence. But on quiet nights when the wind moves through the trees and the forest settles into its ancient rhythms, I sometimes hear those deep, purposeful calls echoing across the darkness. And I know that we are still being watched, still being evaluated by intelligences that knew these mountains long before humans ever walked upright. The Ouachita National Forest keeps its secrets well, but for those willing to listen, it occasionally shares glimpses of wonders and terrors that challenge everything we think we know about the natural world. We are not alone in these mountains, and perhaps we never were. My name is Edward Johnson, and I am 66 years old. This is the story of an event that changed my life forever. An encounter that took place in October 2011, in a place I thought I knew like the back of my hand, the Redwood National and State Parks in California. For 8 years, I worked as a ranger in those majestic forests. Some called me a park veteran, and the job had gotten into my blood. The crisp air, the towering trees, the sound of the creek, it was my kind of paradise. I wasn't about to quit anytime soon. That fateful day started like any other. I laced up my boots, grabbed my gear, and headed out for my usual patrol route. It was a clear autumn morning, the first leaves starting to paint the forest floor in golds and reds. But something felt off. The forest, usually alive with bird song and the chattering of small creatures, was unnervingly quiet. As I hiked deeper into the woods, an unsettling feeling crept over me. It was as if something was watching me, following my every move. The sensation only intensified as the day wore on. Then I saw it, a sight so bizarre that my mind struggled to process it. A deer carcass, torn open and half devoured, hung from the branches of a tree at a height no predator I knew could reach. As I approached to examine it, a wave of nausea washed over me. The slashes and tears on the animal looked surgical, calculated, as if something methodical had done this. "What the hell are you?" I muttered under my breath, scanning the surrounding trees. My heart pounded in my chest as I spotted a flicker of movement, then a pair of glowing eyes staring down at me. They looked almost human, but far too large. What confronted me from the treetops was massive, far bigger than any human, with impossibly long, thin limbs. Its skin was dark, textured like rough bark. The thing tilted its head at an unnatural angle, and then in a blink, it was gone, vanished into the canopy. Panicked, I radioed for backup, stammering out a bewildered description of the creature. Ranger Dispatch sounded amused, probably thinking I'd finally cracked under the strain of the job. But then I heard my partner Alara shouting over the radio. She was further down the trail, her voice panicked. "Killian, I found something. You need to get here fast. It's bad, really bad." A sickening dread pooled in my stomach as I raced to her location. What I saw made me question my own sanity. A hiker lay sprawled on the ground, his body torn and twisted at impossible angles. There were the same methodical marks on him that I'd seen on the deer, a kind of calculated brutality that made me want to retch. Before I could process the horror of this scene, a scream tore through the trees. I bolted after the sound, Elara trailing behind. Branches whipped at my face and roots snagged at my feet, but fear propelled me forward. When I reached a clearing, my blood turned to ice. Elara was trapped. The creature had her pinned to the ground. One massive hand clamped over her mouth. Its other hand hovered inches from her throat, long claws glinting in the dappled sunlight. Its eyes burned with an intelligence that was both eerie and terrifying. We locked eyes, and for a frozen moment, I swear it paused, as though trying to read my intentions. Then, with a speed that defied its size, it grabbed Alara and vanished back into the dense foliage. I collapsed to my knees, a strangled sob escaping my throat. My mind raced. Was this some kind of freak of nature? An undiscovered species? Or something else? Something far more sinister? I knew no animal, no person could have done this. The woods that were once my sanctuary had become a nightmare, and whatever lurked in those trees had broken something fundamental inside me. When backup finally arrived, I looked like a madman, babbling about monsters and eyes in the trees. They sedated me, and when I woke up they were chalking it up to stress, maybe even a bear attack. Despite extensive searches, no trace of Alara or the creature was ever recovered, leaving an open wound in our tight-knit ranger community. I resigned from my position a few weeks later. I tried to explain what I saw, but my words sounded hollow even to my own ears. The incident haunted me. The carnage, Alara's terrified eyes, the creature's unnatural intelligence. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't just prey in this equation. I was being studied. The experience tore me from the wilderness I once loved, and left me with an unshakable fear that lingers to this day. I tell this story now, not for sympathy or to seek validation. Frankly, I don't expect anyone to believe me. But I can no longer stay silent. Something inhuman dwells in those woods, and it will strike again. It's only a matter of time. In the decade that followed, I couldn't settle. I moved constantly, from one anonymous city to the next, the paranoia gnawing at me like a persistent hunger. I tried therapy, support groups, even medication. Nothing could banish the chilling memory of those glowing eyes and the feeling of being watched. I became a shadow of myself, a husk driven by a constant irrational dread. Then the reports began. At first it was just whispers, hushed rumors among park rangers in Oregon and Washington, disappearances, animal mutilations bearing the same methodical marks I'd seen years earlier. My heart pounded in my chest. It was back. No one connected the dots except for me. These incidents were treated as separate tragedies, freak accidents. I knew better. I felt sick with guilt and helplessness. Desperate, I tried to warn others, but it only fueled the perception that I was unhinged. My frantic stories about the creature only confirmed what everyone already suspected. The ordeal in the woods had shattered me. No one listened, and more lives were lost. I became an outcast and a cautionary tale. One night, an old colleague, Simon, reached out. I hadn't spoken to him since the Redwood incident. His voice on the phone was grim. "Killian, people are dying out here. Rangers, hikers, it's like you said, you need to come back." With heavy reluctance, I found myself on a backcountry trail in Washington's Olympic National Park. The air carried the same damp smell of earth and pine needles that filled my nightmares. Simon, visibly shaken, filled me in. Over the previous weeks, 3 hikers had vanished, and 2 rangers were found brutally murdered, bearing the familiar terrifying wounds. The hunt began. We moved through the ancient forest, our senses on high alert. Simon knew I hadn't made up what I saw. My insistence, my unwavering fear, had slowly swayed him to the terrible truth. We were days deep into the wilderness, the dread hanging heavier with each passing night. Then came the sighting. It flickered across the trail, a hulking silhouette moving against the moonlight. We exchanged a terrified glance and took off in pursuit. The creature was fast, impossibly fast, its long limbs propelling it through the dense undergrowth at unnatural speeds. Twigs snapped and leaves rustled, but it was eerily silent. It led us deeper into the forest, into an area even Simon had never ventured into. Finally, we emerged into a hidden clearing, dimly lit by the moon. In the center of the clearing stood a tree far more massive than any I'd ever seen. At its base were remnants, clothing, backpacks, bones, all stained with dark, dried blood. The sight turned my stomach. This was its lair, a gruesome trophy case. A low growl broke the silence, and the creature stepped out from the shadows. This time I saw it clearly, all 7 feet of it. The impossibly long claws, the dark leathery skin, but it was the eyes that chilled me to the bone. Glowing pools of malevolence. Fear and fury surged within me. A desperate need to avenge Alara, those who died, and the shattered remains of my own life. I raised my rifle, my hands shaking. Simon squeezed my shoulder, and with a grim nod he drew his own weapon. Shots rang out, echoing through the clearing. The creature let out a guttural roar, but it didn't falter. It charged, its movements a blur of limbs and claws. We fired again and again, the desperation giving us an edge. I swore I saw the creature stumble, but it didn't fall. Suddenly, Simon screamed. He was on the ground, one massive hand wrapped around his leg, dragging him relentlessly toward the massive tree. I sprinted to his side, but the creature moved with blinding speed. With a sickening crunch, it snapped Simon's leg like a brittle branch, and his horrified screams cut through the night. I was next. A giant hand closed around my torso, lifting me off the ground, and the gun clattered uselessly away. Its rancid breath washed over me as I stared into its fathomless eyes, and the last thing I saw was the unnatural bend of its arm as it brought one impossibly long claw closer. Then, darkness. The aftermath is a blur. I woke up in a hospital bed, battered, bandaged, but alive. The official report called it an encounter with a rogue bear, but the disbelieving look in the doctor's eyes suggested he knew better. The story made headlines, stirring the same fascination and doubt that followed me from Redwood. I never went back to the woods. Instead, I exist in the purgatory of populated spaces, the cities and crowds I once avoided. Sometimes in the dead of night, I wake in a cold sweat and see the creature, its glowing eyes boring into my soul. I know in those moments that I haven't escaped it. Not really. It's still out there, a patient hunter waiting for the next opportunity, the next victim, and I'm powerless to stop it. The late afternoon sun filtered through the towering pines as I hiked the winding trail deep into the remote backcountry of the national forest. Sweat trickled down my brow and my pack felt heavy on my shoulders, but after 6 years as a park ranger, I was used to long treks into the wilderness. This time was different though. I was heading out alone to investigate reports of strange occurrences at a remote campsite. As an experienced ranger who had worked everywhere from the dense forests of Oregon to the rolling hills of Pennsylvania, I thought I had seen it all. But the panicked, rambling accounts from the few hikers who had stumbled out of this isolated region had chilled me to the bone. Tales of eerie howls echoing through the night, tents ripped to shreds, and campers vanishing without a trace. The higher-ups wanted answers, so they sent me out to see what I could find. A strange silence hung over the forest as I approached the campsite nestled in a small clearing. No birdsong, no skittering of small animals in the underbrush. Even the wind seemed to still, letting an oppressive quiet settle over the area like a heavy blanket. A shiver ran down my spine despite the warm early fall air. Something felt wrong. Reaching the camp, my heart nearly stopped. It was in shambles, like a bomb had gone off. Tents were torn to ribbons, their tattered remains fluttering in the faint breeze. Coolers and backpacks were strewn about haphazardly, their contents scattered across the forest floor. But worst of all were the dark stains splashed across the shredded nylon and soaked into the pine needles. Blood. A lot of it. Swallowing hard, I set my pack down and began to investigate the scene with a growing sense of unease. No bodies, just the wreckage left behind. What the hell had happened here? As I gingerly picked through the destroyed supplies, a glint of color caught my eye from beneath a torn sleeping bag. Pulling it free, my stomach clenched. It was a little girl's stuffed bunny, the pink fabric marred by 4 jagged slashes, like claw marks. A piercing howl suddenly cut through the unnatural silence, sending icy tendrils of fear down my spine. It was unlike anything I had ever heard before. Neither wolf nor coyote. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I reached for the rifle slung over my shoulder. The sun dipped below the tree line, shadows pooling beneath the pines. The stuffed bunny tumbled from my shaking hands. What had I gotten myself into? The authorities were little help when I hiked back out to report my unsettling findings. They wanted to write it off as a bear attack, or maybe the work of some deranged vagabond. But I knew better. This was something else, something unnatural. Desperate for answers, I began to dig into the history of the area, scouring old newspapers and historical society records for any similar incidents in the past. What I found sent chills down my spine. I wasn't the first to encounter the strange terrors in those woods. For centuries, sporadic accounts emerged of hikers disappearing, of horrifically mutilated wildlife and livestock being discovered by hapless farmers and lumberjacks. Most disturbing of all were the reports from loggers in the early 1900s of mysterious creatures glimpsed moving through the forest, vaguely human in shape, but distorted. Wrong. The same stories surfaced again and again over the decades before fading into obscurity. Until now. With a heavy sense of foreboding, I sat down with a wizened elder from the local Native American tribe. His deeply lined face grew even more somber as I described the scene at the campsite. "The Wendigo," he whispered in a voice papery with age. "Those who walk like them, the spirits of the lost who consume the flesh of the living. They have stalked these lands since before my people's time." I listened in mute horror as he recounted the grisly tales passed down for generations, of unwise hunters pursuing a strange pale deer deep into the forest, only to fall victim to the Wendigo's insatiable hunger, of the mad homeless men who wandered out from the trees, raving about the Wendigo's icy touch before succumbing to frostbite in the middle of summer. The elder fixed me with a sad, knowing gaze. "The Wendigo is a thing of pure evil," he said gravely. "Many have faced it over the long centuries. None have defeated it. You must be careful, Ranger, or you will join those who walk like them." Driving home that night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from the impenetrable tree line, of cold, inhuman eyes tracking my every move. Wendigo. The name echoed in my head. Just old myths and legends, I tried to assure myself. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. Against my better judgment, I ventured back out into the wilderness the following week, determined to uncover the truth behind the strange events. But from the moment I stepped under the shadow of the pines, an inexplicable primal terror crept over me. I knew these woods, knew them like the back of my hand after years of patrols and rescues, but now an alien quality permeated the once familiar landscape. The birdsong was still eerily absent, the underbrush devoid of small creatures. Even the patterns of light and shadow felt different, unnatural, as if the forest itself had been corrupted by some malevolent force. My radio crackled and hissed with static. More the deeper I hiked, my GPS fritzing in and out as if strained by some unseen interference. A sudden flash of movement between the distant trees made me freeze, my heart pounding. There, again, a shadow darting against the normal play of light and shade. Bipedal, fast, but strangely elongated. Adrenaline flooded my veins even as my mind struggled to process the impossible. Crack! The sharp sound of snapping branches shattered the silence. Something large was moving through the undergrowth, and it was coming towards me. Fumbling with my rifle, I braced myself for whatever emerged, but nothing could have prepared me for the grisly sight I encountered around the curve of the trail ahead. Animal bodies, or rather parts of them, littered the forest floor in a wide swath of blood and gore. Deer, rabbits, foxes. It looked like a pack of frenzied wolves had torn through the area, but the pieces were too cleanly severed, the wounds too surgical. No ragged bites or gnaw marks, just glistening red and white bone. I barely had time to comprehend the horror before an agonized human scream pierced the air, followed by the sounds of snapping twigs and crunching leaves. Someone was running through the woods, full tilt, no, two people, from the overlapping footfalls and gasping breaths, running from something that snarled and roared with a voice straight from the depths of hell. Heart pounding, I crashed through the underbrush towards the terrified shrieks, heedless of the branches that tore at my skin and clothing. I had to find them, had to help them, before whatever had butchered those animals found them first. The trail emptied abruptly into a small valley, the rocky slopes rising sharply on either side. I stumbled to a stop, my breath catching in my throat. An enormous cave mouth yawned in the hillside ahead, jagged and black. Claw marks scoured the stone walls, far too large to be from any bear. Some towered over my head, left by something massive and strong enough to gouge solid rock. Movement near the cave made my head snap around. There, two figures staggered out from behind a boulder. A man and a woman, both in their 20s, wearing shredded, blood-stained hiking gear. They took one look at me and broke down, collapsing to their knees as sobs racked their bodies. I ran over, relief and dread warring within me. "It's okay, I've got you," I said, kneeling beside them. "What happened? What's out there?" The man shook his head frantically, his eyes wide and glassy with shock. "Didn't see." Nearby, his female companion rocked back and forth, hugging herself as she repeated the same words over and over in a thready whisper. Screaming, tore them apart, eating. A sudden awful realization clicked into place. Colder than ice. I followed the direction of her unfocused gaze to the leaf-strewn ground at the base of the hill. My stomach lurched. Rising from the dead leaves were human footprints, but they were wrong. The proportions subtly off. The toes too long, the ankle joints positioned at an impossible angle. No boot or shoe could leave marks like that. The tracks led towards the cave, then morphed halfway. the human proportions distorting, elongating, becoming something out of a nightmare. I swallowed hard against the bile rising in my throat. "We need to get out of here," I managed. Now. Darkness came early in the narrow valley, the sun's light blocked by the steep slopes long before true night fell. I built a small fire just outside the mouth of the cave, hoping the light would keep whatever horrors lurked in the forest at bay. The two hikers huddled as close to the flames as they could, still shaking, their eyes haunted. Trauma had rendered them nearly catatonic, able to answer only in monosyllables or garbled fragments. I sorted through my pack with unsteady hands, pulling out my satellite phone. No signal. Of course not. Forcing down my growing panic, I turned back to my charges. "I'm going to hike up to the ridge, see if I can get reception to call for help. Stay here, stay by the fire. I'll be back as soon as I can." The man nodded distractedly, but the woman seized my arm in a desperate grip, her nails digging into my skin. "Don't," she whispered hoarsely. "Don't leave us. It's still out there." I covered her icy hand with my own, trying to offer what little comfort I could. "I have to get us help. I won't be gone long, I promise. Just stay in the light." Prying myself free, I slung my rifle over my shoulder and made for the hillside. Fear soured my stomach and competition engines roared in my ears as I picked my way up the rocky slope. All my instincts screamed to flee, to get as far away from this cursed place as I could. But I had a duty to the survivors. I couldn't abandon them to the darkness and the horrors it concealed. I was so focused on reaching the top, on the tiny bars of my phone's display, that I almost missed the flash of pale motion in the periphery of my vision. Something moving against the moonlight filtering through the pines below. Something fast and big. My head snapped up, my heart nearly stopping in my chest. A strangled gasp escaped my lips. There, on the opposite ridge, perched a monstrosity that shouldn't exist outside of demented nightmares. It looked like a man, but impossibly tall and emaciated, its elongated arms hanging to its knees, tattered flesh the color of a corpse, stretched tight over jutting ribs and atrophied muscles. But worst of all was its face, or lack thereof. Where features should have been, there was only a featureless expanse of taut grayish-white skin, like a mask pulled too tight. No mouth, no nose, but set deep in bruise-colored sockets. Two milky eyes rolled with frenetic madness, fixing on me with predatory focus. Pure, primal terror, unlike anything I had ever known, slammed through my veins, rooting me to the spot. It saw me. It knew I had seen it. And even at this distance I could feel the waves of malevolence and hunger radiating from its twisted form. A high, keening wail shattered the night, issuing from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The creature threw its head back in a grotesque approximation of a howl, and then it moved, bounding down the hillside in long, stiff strides, its burning gaze never leaving me. By pure instinct, I brought my rifle to my shoulder and fired, the shots cracking deafeningly in the still air. The thing jerked and spasmed as the bullet struck, but it didn't fall. Thick black ooze dribbled from the wounds, splattering to the rocks below. My last rational thought before I turned to flee was that it wasn't bleeding. The dead don't bleed. I have no memory of the mad flight back down the ridge, of reaching the hikers and all but dragging them into the doubtful safety of the cave. All I remember is blind, unreasoning terror, a need to hide, to escape the icy gaze of the thing that pursued us. The darkness within the cave was absolute, impenetrable even to the thin beams of our flashlights. I pulled the survivors to the floor, heedless of the damp cold radiating up from the stone.
"Don't move," I hissed. "Don't make a sound."
We huddled together in the inky blackness, shaking uncontrollably as those stiff, uneven footsteps grew closer. Every scrape of rock, every unnatural hitch and pop of joints and bones brought fresh waves of horror crashing over me. I clamped a hand over my mouth, fighting the urge to scream, run, hide, outstretched arms and grasping fingers. It passed by the entrance with a soft rustle of air, the meaty stench of decay announcing its presence. I didn't dare breathe, silently begging every deity I could think of to let it keep moving, to not let it look within. But the footsteps paused, near the cave mouth, close enough to touch. An eternity passed in the darkness, marked only by the hammering of my heart. And then mercifully the footsteps resumed, receding into the night. It was gone. I exhaled shakily, tears of relief burning my eyes. But no one answered. Next to me, the hikers had gone limp, slumped bonelessly against the cave wall. Oh God, had they fainted? I fumbled for a flashlight with nerveless fingers. Hey, I gave them both a rough shake. We have to move. Come on. The flashlight clicked on, and the beam fell across the man's face, illuminating wide, sightless eyes and bloody froth oozing over blue lips. His throat had been torn out, vocal cords glistening wetly in the stark light. A scream ripped from my throat, echoing frantically off the stone walls. I scrambled backwards in blind panic, kicking out at the gory ruin that had been a human only moments before. The flashlight tumbled from my hands, rolling to a stop against something soft. Shaking, I snatched it back up, swinging the beam wildly. The woman hung upside down from the ceiling, suspended by something dark and ropey wrapped around her ankles. Her abdomen had been split open from groin to breastbone, putrid coils of intestine spilling out like obscene streamers. Black blood dripped steadily into a spreading pool on the cave floor. Numb horror gave way to realization, colder and sharper than a knife's blade. The thing had never left the cave. It had been here the whole time, watching, waiting, playing with us, and we had walked right into its trap. When the flashlight beam touched the far wall, my mind went blank, unable to process the obscenity splashed across the stone. Bones. Yellowed, snapped human bones, dozens of them dangling from hooks pounded into the rock. Interspersed with the bones were tattered backpacks, faded scraps of clothing, shattered pairs of glasses, all that remained of the Wendigo's countless victims. But worst of all was the smell. The thick, choking reek of rotted meat and fetid decay, of cold earth and the grave, permeating every molecule of air, the stench of centuries of slaughter. The light caught a flicker of movement, and I spun, the scream dying in my throat. There, in the shadows, a glimpse of pallid gray skin and malformed limbs, of sightless white eyes in sunken sockets, watching, waiting. More shapes shifted in the darkness behind it, skeletal and hungry. I was in their lair, their den, and they weren't going to let me leave. I ran. There was nothing else I could do. Turning, I fled towards the cave entrance, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly off the damp stone walls. Clawed hands swiped at my back, snagging in my shirt. I wrenched away, fabric tearing, stumbling over the uneven ground. They were right behind me. Stiff, elongated legs scissored on either side of me as I burst out of the cave into the night-shrouded forest. The cold air seared my lungs and my muscles screamed in protest. But I pushed myself harder, ducking and weaving between the pines. Have to get away, have to get away. A flicker in the periphery. A glimpse of something pale and emaciated keeping easy pace, toying with me. The knowledge sent a flood of pure panic straight to my limbs, terror overriding exhaustion. But I was only human. And the trail curved sharply ahead, and I careened around the bend, only to skid to a halt, a sob catching in my throat. 3 of the creatures crouched in the path, milky eyes shining with feral hunger in the moonlight, waiting for me, hurting me. I was surrounded. Swallowing a whimper, I raised my rifle with leaden arms, sighting on the nearest monstrosity. The darkness swam before my eyes, exhaustion and dread blurring my vision. "Stay back," I croaked, not recognizing my own voice. "Stay back." Click. The rifle's magazine was empty, the hammer falling on air. In my panic, I hadn't reloaded after firing on the ridge. Ice flooded my veins as the terrible reality sank in. I was defenseless. They pounced, a flurry of grasping claws and gnashing teeth. I went down hard, fetid breath hot on my face as jaws snapped inches from my throat. Impossibly strong hands pinned my arms, nails like talons piercing my flesh. A hitching, gurgling snarl issued from a mouth that shouldn't exist as a lumpy gray face loomed over me, milky eyes rolling in an almost human expression of malice. I have no memory of the park rangers finding me, of being carried out of those cursed woods. They tell me I was nearly catatonic, gibbering about monsters wearing human skin, about glowing eyes and bloody bones. I woke up 2 weeks later in the psych ward, the doctors murmuring words like mental break and survivor's guilt, convinced I'd gotten lost in the forest and hallucinated the whole thing, that the hikers I'd been searching for had been torn apart by scavengers after dying of exposure. I knew the truth. They released me once I learned to stop talking about what I'd seen. The nightmares, though, persisted. I'd jolt awake into the pre-dawn dark, the phantom taste of blood and decay heavy on my tongue, convinced the shadows in the corners of my room had eyes. The Park Service fired me not long after. I'd become a liability, jumping at every noise, unable to venture into the backwoods without launching into a hysterical panic. They pitied me, thinking I was just another burnout case. If only they knew, They found the hikers' remains several miles from where I'd encountered the Wendigos, up on a ridge far from the cave. All traces of clothing and gear were gone, scavenged, the rangers said. No tracks, no evidence of the massacre I'd witnessed. Case closed, according to the higher-ups. The whole incident swept under the rug. But they couldn't erase what I knew, what I saw. The Wendigos are still out there, watching from the shadows beneath the pines, waiting for the next unwitting hiker to stumble into their hunting grounds. And I was one of the lucky few to survive an encounter with the creatures. The public would panic if they knew the truth, would stay far away from the forests and mountains, crippling the tourist industry. So the Park Service buries the stories, again and again. Easier to let people believe it's just bears, cougars, let them go out unprepared to face the primal horror lurking in the wild. But I'll never forget. Can't forget. Because when the night is dark and the wind moans through the eaves, I swear I can hear that gurgling, hitching snarl, and I know one day I'll hear it in the flesh again. One day when I venture back into the forest, the way I've always known I would. You see, the Wendigos, we have unfinished business, them and I. And this time, only one of us is walking out of those woods. My name is George Thompson, and I am 62 years old. This is a true story of what happened to me in September of 19... It started subtly, barely noticeable, like a shift in the breeze. Rangers began reporting hikers going missing. No bodies, no signs of struggle. They just vanished off the trails. At first we blamed it on folks getting lost or disoriented. It happens sometimes, especially with city folk who underestimate the wilderness. But deep down, I felt there was something more, like a chill wind coming from a place you couldn't see. Then came the stories from other rangers out on night patrol. They'd claim to hear footsteps in the underbrush when they were out alone, feel like they were being followed despite the silence. One old-timer, a guy named Flynn, even said he swore he saw eyes, big glowing yellow eyes peering back at him from the tree line, disappearing in a blink. The higher-ups laughed it off. Stress, they said. Maybe bad moonshine. But I knew Flynn. He wasn't the type to spook easy or tell tall tales. Something was out there. Something that didn't belong. As the weeks passed, the atmosphere in the park grew tenser. Visitors became scarce, spooked by the rumors that had begun to circulate. Even the wildlife seemed on edge. I'd been a ranger long enough to read the signs of the forest, and everything was telling me to be on guard. One evening in late September, I was closing up a section of the parkway when I stumbled on it myself, the cause for all the unsettling stories. Deep in the woods, off a little used maintenance trail, I found a clearing, and in the center of it, bones, piles of them, gnawed and cracked. At first glance, it looked like the remains of deer, maybe a bear, but as I got closer, my blood ran cold. Mixed in were bones too big, too oddly shaped to be just animals, and scattered amongst the animal remains, torn bits of clothing, a mangled backpack. My heart pounded in my chest. This wasn't natural, not normal at all. I'd seen plenty of predator kills in my time, but nothing like this. The sheer volume of bones, the way they were arranged, it was almost ritualistic. Right then, my radio crackled with Flynn's voice, panicked. He said he was out on the trail, said he saw it, the thing that was making those eyes. Then the audio cut out, leaving nothing but static. I ran. Every instinct told me to go back, get help. But Flynn had been like family to me, and my gut said he was in trouble. Night was falling fast as I followed the trail towards the spot he'd radioed in from. The forest was unnaturally quiet. No chirping of insects. No rustling of small animals. It was as if the entire woods were holding its breath. The only sound was my own heavy breathing, and the crunch of leaves under my boots. As I reached the edge of the woods, peering into an overgrown meadow, I saw it. In the waning light, it stood there, the creature. I couldn't make out all the details, but the sheer scale of it was enough to make my knees wobble. It was close to 10 feet tall, covered in matted fur that shimmered silver in the moonlight. Its arms were like tree trunks, its hands tipped with claws that ripped into the earth, and the head that was the worst. A mix of wolf and man, twisted and wrong, with yellow eyes blazing like hellfire. For a heartbeat, we just stood there, frozen. Then it let out a roar that echoed through the mountains, the raw sound of fury and hunger. Flynn cried out from somewhere in the meadow, his voice filled with pain and terror. That snapped me into action. I charged forward, yelling, trying to draw the creature away from wherever Flynn was. It turned, and in the dim light its teeth flashed in a grotesque grin. I heard Flynn scream again, and the sound cut off abruptly. The creature turned back towards me, and for a second I thought about running. But Flynn was out there, maybe even still alive, and that creature wasn't going to let me go without a fight. My heart was a drumbeat in my ears as I raised my rifle. It was more of an act of defiance than actual strategy. I hadn't even reloaded since firing warning shots at a mama bear a few weeks back. This thing, bullets wouldn't even slow it down. Yet, I aimed. The creature stalked closer, its eyes fixated on me. I squeezed the trigger. The shot echoed, useless. It roared and lunged. I braced myself for impact, closing my eyes and waiting for the end. But then, silence. My eyes flew open. The creature had stopped just feet in front of me, its massive form frozen in mid-pounce. Confused, I scrambled back, then noticed what had stopped it in its tracks. A flickering headlamp was bobbing through the trees. Then a voice, gruff and familiar. "Don't move, that thing hates light." It was Old Man Flynn, battered and bleeding, but miraculously alive. He dragged himself into view, one hand clutching the headlamp, the other an old heavy-duty flashlight. As he got closer, the creature hissed and retreated a few steps, its eyes narrowing against the concentrated beams. "Keep those lights on it," Flynn croaked, his face pale. "Come on, move." I didn't need telling twice. Stumbling to my feet, I shuffled towards Flynn. The creature watched, snarling, but the fearsome predator from before seemed held at bay by the harsh light, unable to approach. Flynn collapsed against a tree, and I knelt beside him. His leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, the bone jutting through torn skin. "Hold this." He thrust the heavy flashlight at me. "Aim it straight at that thing." With shaking hands, I took the flashlight. Its beam seemed to make the creature agitated, keeping it at a distance as I helped Flynn splint his leg, fashioning a makeshift support from branches. The whole time, we kept those lights trained on the predator, its snarls filling the night. When the makeshift splint was secured, Flynn slumped back, exhausted. "They told me I was crazy," he rasped, a dark chuckle rasping in his throat. "Said it was bears, wild cats. Never believed they'd believe this." Suddenly, the creature charged again, a blur of dark fur and aggression. We both screamed, holding the light steady. It stopped short, as if hitting an invisible wall. Then it paced back and forth, watching us with calculating eyes. "Can't hold it forever," Flynn muttered. "Sun's coming up soon, but..." He trailed off, grimacing. We both knew what that meant. We'd be sitting ducks come daylight. That's when I saw it. The fire lookout tower flashing on a distant ridge. An old beacon hardly ever used anymore. Maybe, just maybe. I laid out my plan to Flynn, a desperate gamble at best. He nodded slowly, wincing as he shifted his injured leg. "Crazy enough to work," he grunted. With Flynn providing cover, keeping the creature pinned with the flashlights, I crept backwards into the undergrowth. I had to get to the base of the tower, unseen, if this had any chance. Inch by painful inch I moved, the creature pacing restlessly as it sensed me pulling away. Then I was free of its sight line, scrambling towards the tower on my belly. The base of the tower was an old metal shed filled with outdated equipment and forgotten maps. Inside I struck gold, flares. I grabbed them, heart pounding, then began the terrifying climb up the narrow ladder of the tower. The creature must have sensed the change of elevation because it roared in frustration, scrabbling against the base of the tower as I reached the top. I secured myself, hardened my throat, and fumbled with the flare. Flickering crimson light sparked to life, and with a prayer, I hurled it down. The flare bounced off a rock near the creature and exploded. It screeched, recoiling from the blinding flash. Encouraged, I lit another and another, tossing them into the clearing. The creature thrashed and howled, clearly in pain from the sudden bursts of light. I didn't stop, my hands shaking as I fumbled for the last flare. And then as dawn broke, the creature turned and fled, disappearing into the forest with astonishing speed. When the search team finally arrived, we told them the unbelievable truth. They found footprints larger than any bear, the clearing littered with bones. Whatever that creature was, it was still out there. The aftermath was a blur. Flynn recovered, though he walked with a limp for the rest of his days. I never saw the creature again, but I feel it sometimes. A prickling at the back of my neck, that lingering sense of being watched from the encroaching darkness of the trees. We got transferred, both of us. I moved on, Got a desk job pushing paper instead of patrolling trails. Safer, they said. Maybe. But sometimes in the dead quiet of my office, I swear I can smell the rankness of the woods, hear the echoing roar and feel the heat of those burning yellow eyes fixed on me in the deep, unending dark. The official report chalked it up to a rogue bear, maybe rabid. But Flynn and I, we know the truth. There's something out there in those mountains. Something old, something hungry. And God help anyone who stumbles across its path. I'm telling this story now because I'm not getting any younger. People need to know, need to be prepared. If you're ever hiking in the Blue Ridge Mountains and you feel that chill wind, hear those footsteps when there's nothing there, don't hesitate. Run. Run as fast as you can, and pray it isn't already too late. Because in those ancient forests, where the shadows run deep and the night seems to last forever, there are things that defy explanation. Things that remind us that we're not the top of the food chain. And sometimes, just sometimes, those things decide to remind us just how small and vulnerable we really are. So next time you're out in the wilderness, enjoying the beauty of nature, remember my story. Keep your wits about you, your flashlight close, and maybe, just maybe, you'll make it out alive if you ever encounter the creature that haunts the Appalachians. The sun hung low in the sky as I hiked into the remote backcountry of the National Forest. As a seasoned park ranger, I was no stranger to solo treks deep into the wilderness to check on campsites. But this time felt different somehow. An inexplicable sense of unease prickled at the back of my neck as I walked beneath the swaying pines. I tried to shake it off, attributing my nerves to the recent stresses of the job. Dealing with unruly campers, conducting challenging rescues, never having a moment of true solitude. That's why I had volunteered for this particular backcountry assignment. I craved the peace and quiet of the forest, a chance to clear my head and forget about the outside world for a while. As I approached the designated campsite, my steps slowed. Something was very wrong. I expected to find a couple of tents, the flickering light of a campfire, maybe some backpacks and gear strewn about. Instead, there was only eerie stillness and scattered debris. The tents lay in torn shreds, the nylon fluttering forlornly in the breeze. Tattered sleeping bags spilled out like disemboweled intestines. Cooking equipment was strewn haphazardly across the forest floor, dented pots reflecting the fading light. But it was the dark stains splattered across everything that made my blood run cold. It looked like dried blood. A thorough search of the site revealed no bodies, no injured campers in need of assistance. In fact, there were no signs of human life at all. Just an uncanny emptiness that sent shivers racing down my spine. The forest was unnaturally quiet, devoid of the usual chorus of birds and insects. It felt like a vacuum, like all the air had been sucked out of the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, blood-red rays streaked the darkening sky. In the gathering shadows, I spotted something peeking out from beneath a bush. A child's teddy bear. One of its glassy eyes was missing, and the soft fur was matted with mud. When I picked it up, I noticed jagged slash marks across the bear's belly, like it had been torn open by impossibly sharp claws. A haunting howl pierced the twilight, echoing through the trees. It sounded too large to be a wolf, and not quite like any animal I had ever encountered. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as primal fear sank its teeth into me. Something was out there in the woods. Something that had attacked this camp and snatched the people in it. Something that defied explanation. And now I was alone with it. As darkness blanketed the forest, I hastily pitched my tent, eager for even the illusion of shelter. My mind buzzed with unanswered questions as I tried to make sense of the scene I had stumbled upon. What could have attacked the camp with such ferocity? Why did it leave no trace of the victims? And that ungodly howl still reverberating in my ears. I had never been a superstitious man, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unnatural at work here. Something that lay beyond the scope of my park ranger training and knowledge of the wilderness. Needing answers, I pulled out my satellite phone and dialed the number for the park headquarters. The signal was weak out here in the back country, but after a few tries, a grizzled voice crackled through the static. It was Murphy, an old ranger who had worked this park longer than anyone could remember. "Murphy, it's Wilson," I said. "I'm out at campsite Delta 5. There's been some kind of attack. The tents are destroyed and there's blood everywhere, but no sign of the campers." There was a long pause on the other end. Nothing but eerie silence and the hiss of white noise. Finally, Murphy spoke. his voice low and ominous. "Get out of there, son," he said solemnly. "Don't spend the night." A chill ran through me at his words. Murphy had never been one for dramatics or unfounded fear. "Why? What's going on?" I demanded. But the line suddenly went dead, my question echoing unanswered into the night. With a rising sense of trepidation, I dug out my battered park handbook and flipped to the section on the history of the forest. As I scanned the old black and white photos and yellowed pages of text, a particular passage caught my eye. For centuries, the indigenous tribes of the region avoided the dark heart of the forest, believing it to be the domain of malevolent spirits. According to legend, a creature stalks the woods, a shapeshifter that can take on the form of man or beast. The tribes called it the one who walks like us. It is said to possess an insatiable hunger for human flesh, luring lone travelers to their doom. As I read on with mounting dread, I found disturbing accounts of hikers disappearing without a trace over the years, and grisly reports of mutilated livestock on the outskirts of the forest. The Park Service had always dismissed the stories as nothing more than folklore and superstition, but now, faced with the carnage of the empty camp, I wasn't so sure. A twig snapped in the darkness beyond my tent, and I whipped around, my heart hammering against my ribs. I peered into the inky shadows, but saw nothing, just the creaking of branches in the wind. Yet I couldn't shake the skin-crawling sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. Something was out there, lurking. Something ancient and hungry, summoned by the presence of human prey in its forest. And I had walked right into its hunting grounds. I barely slept that night, every rustle of leaves and groan of the wind jolting me awake. Each time I closed my eyes, visions of blood-stained claws and malevolent amber eyes flashed through my mind. When the gray light of dawn finally seeped through the walls of my tent, I wasted no time packing up camp, desperate to put as much distance as possible between myself and the site of the attack. But as I set out along the trail, a grim realization turned my blood to ice in my veins. The signs of the creature's nocturnal hunt were everywhere. The trail was littered with the tattered remains of small animals. Rabbits, squirrels, even a fawn. Crimson blood painted the leaves and soft white tufts of fur drifted on the breeze. It was as if the entirety of the forest's fauna had been slaughtered in the night. And yet the carcasses were only half-eaten, the kills seemingly abandoned in haste, as if whatever had butchered them was saving its appetite for something else, something larger. With a mounting sense of dread, I realized the truth. It wasn't hunting the animals, it was hunting me. I quickened my pace, my boots pounding against the dirt path. The feeling of being watched intensified, unseen eyes boring into the back of my skull. I whirled around, scanning the dense undergrowth for any sign of movement, but the forest remained still and silent. Too silent. The usual chattering of birds and insects was eerily absent. The only sound the hammering of my own heart. It was as if every living creature sensed the presence of an apex predator and made itself scarce. Every living creature except me. As I marched onward, a creeping sense of wrongness pervaded the air. The shadows of the trees seemed to shift and flutter in my peripheral vision, even when the wind was still. And the footprints, at first I thought they were bear tracks, large and pressed deep into the soft soil, but as I studied them closer, a shiver ran down my spine. They were distinctly human in shape, but no human foot could possibly be that massive. No human could have left gashes in the bark of the trees, as if clawed hands had raked down the wood. My radio crackled to life, startling me so badly I almost dropped it. Murphy's voice hissed through the static, low and urgent. "Wilson? Wilson, do you read me?" "I'm here," I responded, my own voice shaking. "Listen carefully. You need to get to the ranger station on the North Ridge. Don't stop for anything. Stay off the main trails and watch the trees." "What? Why? Murphy, what the hell is going on?" "No time to explain. Oh God, they're coming." A blood-curdling scream pierced through the radio and then cut off abruptly, plunging me into silence once more. Ice flooded my veins as a chilling realization crystallized in my mind. The creature wasn't just hunting me. It was herding me deeper into the wilderness, away from any hope of help or rescue. And I had played right into its clawed hands. With Murphy's terrified warning still ringing in my ears, I abandoned the trail, plunging into the dense underbrush of the forest. Thorny branches clawed at my face and arms as I crashed through the foliage, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I had no idea where I was going, only that I had to get away from the main paths, away from whatever had taken the old ranger. But with each step, the sense of being stalked only intensified. The shadows grew longer, darker, taking on a miasma of menace. Low-hanging mist curled around the bases of the trees, obscuring the ground. It was like the forest itself had transformed into a living nightmare. And then I saw it. A jagged fissure cleaving the earth. Like a gaping wound. A narrow cave entrance yawning open at the base of a cliff face, half hidden by a veil of moss and vines. Desperation overrode caution, and I darted inside, hoping the dank shadows would conceal me from the horrors without. But as I pressed myself against the clammy cave wall, trying to quiet my ragged breathing, my feet slid on something slick and wet. In the faint light filtering through the entrance, I looked down. The cave floor was a lake of blood. Crimson liquid seeped between my fingers where my hand was braced against the stone. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, the walls came into focus. They were covered with deep gouges, the rock itself lacerated by vicious claws. Bits of torn flesh and tufts of hair clung to the stone, some still oozing fresh blood. Oh God, this wasn't a cave. It was a feeding den. A keening whimper echoed from the darkness ahead. The unmistakable sound of human suffering, hard in my throat. I crept forward, dreading what monstrous scene awaited me. The narrow tunnel opened up into a larger cavern, lit by an eerie phosphorescent glow emanating from clusters of bioluminescent fungi clinging to the walls. Their spectral light illuminated a sight that will forever haunt my nightmares. People, or what was left of them. A dozen terrified campers cowered against the far wall, their clothes shredded and skin streaked with gore. Their eyes were wild with primal terror, staring fixedly at the shadows as if they expected a demon to materialize out of the dark at any moment. And between me and the pitiful survivors, the cave floor was littered with gnawed bones and shreds of human remains. I had found the missing campers, but I was far, far too late. A piercing shriek shattered the subterranean stillness, so loud it made my ears ring. But it hadn't come from any of the survivors. It came from the tunnel behind me, a frenzied, furious howl of bloodlust and hunger that no natural creature could ever produce. I spun around just as a hulking silhouette filled the cave mouth, blotting out the faint daylight. In the luminous fungal glow, I caught a glimpse of matted fur, wickedly curved claws, and slavering jaws lined with needle-sharp teeth. Eyes that glowed with malevolent amber light locked onto mine. It had found me, and now there was nowhere left to run. The creature stalked into the cavern, its massive bulk scraping against the stone walls. In the eerie light, I could see the grotesque details of its form, half-glimpsed horrors solidifying into nightmarish clarity. It moved upright like a man, but there was nothing human in its gait or proportions. Matted, shaggy fur covered its body, dark and wet with the blood of its prey. Mud and bits of flesh caked its forelimbs, ending in clawed hands with a grotesque semblance of humanoid fingers. The head was a horror of savage jaws and lupine features twisted into a leering rictus grin, the maw crowded with yellowed fangs. But the eyes, dear God, the eyes. They glowed with infernal amber light, burning with a feral, predatory hunger. And yet deep within those hellish orbs lurked a spark of cruel, malevolent intelligence. This was no mere animal, no mindless beast. There was a wicked, calculating cunning in its gaze, a consciousness that understood its own monstrous nature and relished in it. Primal, gibbering terror seized me as my brain struggled to process the sheer wrongness of its existence. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee this towering abomination that defied all natural law. But my legs remained rooted to the stone, unwilling or unable to move. Behind me, the survivors erupted into hysterical shrieks, their tenuous hold on sanity shattering at the sight of their tormentor. They gibbered and convulsed against the cavern wall, clawing at their own flesh in the grip of overwhelming horror. The creature's unnaturally intelligent gaze flicked from me to the survivors and back again, a note of cruel amusement flickering across its grotesque features, as if it savored the all-consuming fear it inspired. A rasping, guttural sound emanated from its throat, a perverse approximation of human laughter. It was toying with us, prolonging the terror, relishing our agonized despair before the inevitable slaughter. The stench of it filled the cavern, an overpowering musk of wet fur, rancid meat and coppery blood. It swept over me like a fetid wave, gagging me. As the creature took another step closer, its foul breath washed over my face, reeking of carrion and death. In that moment I knew with numb certainty that none of us would leave this cave alive. We had stumbled into the lair of an impossible nightmare made flesh, and now we would be ripped apart for its savage amusement. The face of the creature filled my vision, its dripping jaws yawning open wide. Its massive clawed hand reached for me, and all conscious thought fled my mind, replaced only by the purest, most primal horror I had ever known. An involuntary whimper escaped my throat as I stared into the depthless abyss of those amber eyes, my sanity unraveling. This was no legend, no mere campfire tale. It was real, and it was here to claim me. The creature's claws closed around my throat, piercing deep into the flesh. White-hot agony lanced through me as it lifted me into the air as effortlessly as a child lifting a doll. My feet kicked fruitlessly against its bulk as my lungs strained for air. Through the haze of pain and asphyxia, I saw it raise its other arm, razor talons glinting in the spectral light. I braced myself for the killing blow, for the feeling of those wicked claws tearing into my belly. But it never came. Instead, the creature flung me aside contemptuously. I hit the cave wall with bone-jarring force and crumpled to the blood-slick floor, gasping for breath through my bruised windpipe. It had batted me away like a cat toying with a mouse, more interested in prolonging my suffering than granting me a quick death. Through tear-blurred eyes, I watched in numb horror as the creature turned its attention to the survivors. Their screams reaching a fevered pitch, they scattered like frightened rabbits before a wolf, scrambling over one another in a fruitless attempt to flee. The creature lunged, a lightning strike of fur and fangs. Bones crunched and flesh tore as it seized the nearest camper, his howls of terror abruptly turning to wet gurgles. Crimson blood splattered the cavern walls. I tried to crawl away, to drag myself towards the tunnel, but my body wouldn't cooperate. Fractured ribs shifted agonizingly with each labored breath, and my limbs trembled uncontrollably, weakened by shock and blood loss. As I lay there, semi-delirious from pain and barely clinging to consciousness, I noticed something I hadn't seen before in my panic. Objects scattered across the cave floor, partially obscured by the glutinous puddles of gore. Shredded backpacks, torn articles of clothing, broken glasses and smashed smartphones, abandoned walking sticks and dented camping cookware, all scattered haphazardly amidst the carnage, a grotesque testament to the dozens of lives snuffed out in this subterranean butcher shop. With a sudden chill, I realized the magnitude of the creature's predation. This wasn't a one-time hunt. The sheer volume of victims' belongings evidenced a long, grisly history of snatching hapless campers from the wilderness above and dragging them down to this bloody den to be consumed at its leisure. How many people had vanished over the years, their disappearances attributed to bear attacks or getting lost in the forest? How long had this nightmare been allowed to persist undetected? Amid the personal effects, I spotted something else. Shards of bone too large to belong to local wildlife, the stripped skulls and rib cages of the creature's previous human prey. Bile rose in my throat as I realized we weren't just its latest victims, we were to be the next servings in an ongoing horrific feast. An overwhelming sense of despair and hopelessness crushed me. How could anyone possibly stand against a thing like this? A ravenous, cunning abomination that made a mockery of the natural order. It had survived this long by being the perfect predator, avoiding detection and snatching the unwary. Behind me, the dwindling shrieks of the survivors underscored the futility of fighting back. Even if I could muster the strength to stand, I had no weapons, no means of defense, and the unnatural strength and speed of the creature would make any physical confrontation a laughably one-sided affair. It would toy with me, batting me around until it grew bored, then tear me limb from limb. One of the campers staggered into view, his clothes more crimson than khaki, his face a mask of blood and raw agony. He stumbled a few steps, glassy eyes unfocused, then pitched forward across a jumbled pile of gnawed bones. He didn't rise again. The stench of gore was overwhelming now, inescapable. The reek of opened viscera and the pervasive copper tang of spilled blood. It coated my tongue, clogging my nostrils. The world wavered around me, my hold on consciousness slipping. I knew shock was setting in, my body shutting down in the face of unrelenting trauma. As the blood-stained cave walls swirled around me, my last despairing thought was that I would never leave this place. I would end as just another collection of shattered bones in the creature's charnel house, my existence erased, my remains mingling with its countless victims. No one would ever know what fate befell me. The darkness reached up to claim me then, a tide of merciful oblivion drawing me under. I hoped I wouldn't awaken again, that the fall into blackness would be my last. Better that than to endure one more moment in this den of horror, awaiting my inevitable gruesome end. Pain dragged me back to waking nightmare, my battered body a chorus of agony. For a single blessed instant I imagined I had dreamed the horrors of the creature's lair. but the putrid stench and sticky wetness saturating my clothes shattered that fleeting fantasy. Groggy and concussed, I raised my head. The cavern was utterly still now. Silent save for the slow plunk of blood dripping from stone. Shredded, gory pieces of the other campers lay strewn about like macabre confetti. Of the creature itself, I saw no sign. I knew better than to hope it had simply left. More likely it was toying with me, a cat grown bored with a broken mouse, content to let its prey twitch and suffer a bit longer before pouncing again. Even so, the instinct to survive, to flee this charnel house, drove me to attempt escape. Biting back a groan, I pushed myself upright on trembling arms. Fighting a wave of dizziness and nausea, fractured bones ground together and torn muscles shrieked in protest as I staggered drunkenly to my feet, nearly pitching face first into a pile of intestines. Wiping blood from my eyes with a shaking hand, I shambled towards the tunnel that had brought me into this abyss. The rational part of my mind knew it was futile. In my deteriorated state, I'd be lucky to drag myself a dozen paces before collapsing. But the primitive animal part of my brain, the part that gibbered in wordless fear and operated on base survival instinct, insisted I try. I had to move, had to put some distance, however minuscule, between myself and the chamber of horrors at my back. Wheezing for air, I limped into the dank tunnel. One hand braced against the stone to keep myself upright. The farther I staggered from the cavern, the deeper the gloom became. The meager illumination from the bioluminescent fungi faded behind me, plunging my path into inky, nearly tangible darkness. And with the darkness, a sense of malevolent watchfulness intensified, a skin-crawling certainty of being observed by unseen, inhuman eyes. I couldn't explain it, but some primal, instinctive part of me felt the creature's presence like a physical weight, an aura of pure malice stalking me from the shadows. I was navigating more by touch than sight, feeling my way along the clammy rock, when my groping fingers found an unexpected hole in the cavern wall, some side fissure or natural shelf I hadn't noticed before. And within that alcove, rectangular shapes, artificial edges, the distinctive texture of waxed canvas and synthetic fabrics, more abandoned belongings of previous victims, stashed away like obscene trophies or a predator's cache of leftovers. Revulsion coiled through me at the thought of how many lives had ended here, but beneath that disgust, a sudden ember of hope flared to life. If these objects had once belonged to campers, hikers, perhaps park personnel. My questing hands closed around cool metal, a heavy-duty flashlight of the type often clipped to rangers' backpacks. Hands trembling with desperate haste, I fumbled for the switch. Sudden radiance exploded through the tunnel as the beam flared to life, banishing the concealing dark. And in that brilliant flare of illumination, two things happened simultaneously. The first was that I saw the exit, the tunnel mouth opening back into the forest twilight, no more than a dozen yards ahead, so close I could smell the fresh air and moldering leaf litter. The second was that the light glinted off dozens of eyes just behind me. Inhuman, animal eyes gleaming with reflected radiance and savage hunger. An entire pack of them, the creature somehow multiplied and lying in wait, allowing its prey to crawl along in false hope only to cut off any escape. In the frozen instant before the light shook from my grip as pure terror seized my muscles, before the flashlight shattered on the stone and plunged me back into Stygian blackness mere inches from the monster's matted fur and hot carnivorous breath, a single numb realization crystallized in my mind with perfect horrifying clarity. It had never been just one creature. There had always been more stalking the forest, more lurking in lightless tunnels, an entire lineage of preternatural predators as cruel as they were cunning. Not a solitary nightmare, but a pack, a family, perhaps even a species. And they had been here all along, woven into the folklore and history, a darker truth dismissed as mere legend, as isolated disappearances, as mysteries destined to remain unsolved. The true horror crashed over me in the instant before the flashlight died. Not only had I never stood a chance, but no one else did either. And now, in this isolated darkness far beneath the forest, I would pay the price for my ignorance. Months passed and my physical wounds healed, while the emotional trauma lingered like a malignant cancer, omnipresent and inescapable. In my dreams, I still felt the splintered ends of my own ribs pressing into my lungs with each gasping breath, heard the wet shredding sounds of rendered meat, tasted the coppery slick of blood and viscera on my tongue. Other sensations intruded into my grim memories. The screams of the injured creature as in a final surging burst of desperate strength, I snatched a claw-tipped walking stick from the detritus of previous victims and smashed the improvised weapon into the monster's eyes sockets, the splintered end puncturing gelatinous orbs and piercing the abomination's brain. But even then, staggering over a still-twitching corpse and clawing my way up the tunnel to a terrified knot of survivors, I knew this was not the end. My flashlight beam cutting through the shocked, blood-drenched faces revealed no triumph or relief, only the same certainty I felt, that the nightmare was only just beginning. Killing one of their number would only draw the pack's ire. Now they knew we could hurt them, maim them, even slay them. The unspoken promise hung in the shadowed air. They would be back, not to feed but for vengeance. In the surreal days that followed, a succession of blandly indistinguishable officials debriefed us in eerily hushed tones, more concerned with suppressing public awareness than grasping the true terror of our warnings. I watched a flimsy cover story take shape, dismissing the whole incident as a rare bear attack exacerbated by isolation-induced mass hysteria. Any evidence to the contrary vanished into locked files and redacted documents. The forest itself whispered of a cover-up, an unspoken collusion to bury a truth too terrible to acknowledge. We survivors clung to each other, finding a measure of solace in our shared scars, both visible and intangible. But at every rustle of leaves or snapping twig, we flinched, an involuntary spasm of hyper-vigilant dread. The creatures were still out there, after all, hungry, cunning, and now enraged. It was only a matter of time before more went missing, before some unprepared soul wandered down the wrong forest path and vanished forever into fang and shadow. In that unspoken certainty, a grim resolve crystallized within our fractured psyches. We could not unsee what we had witnessed, could not unknow the primal horror stitched into our cellular memory, and we would not, could not, simply wait for the inevitable next chapter of the nightmare to play out. So we prepared, quietly, discreetly. We amassed what weapons we could, what esoteric knowledge we dared to seek out. Silver bullets and blessed blades, eldritch sigils and protective wards drawn from the dustiest annals of folklore and occult whispers. No authority would ever officially acknowledge what stalked those woods, let alone mount an armed response. But we knew. We remembered. And though we were no one's idea of an army, still we set ourselves to a sacred secret mission, to guard the unwary from suffering our fate, to hunt the monsters that would make prey of humanity. Perhaps it's a hopeless endeavor in the end. An unwinnable war waged in shadows and silence against an enemy that has lurked in lightless places for generations uncounted. But what choice do we have save to fight until we fall? We cannot unsee, cannot forget, cannot do nothing. For now, we walk in the footsteps of the lost, knowing that somewhere out there the pack still prowls, licking old wounds and watchful for new prey. But this time, the hunted may yet become the hunters. This time, at least, they will not feed unopposed. We are the unsung survivors, the broken watchers standing against the night. And for the sake of every soul yet to wander beneath those twisting boughs, we pray it will enough.